Yo, bro, we're live today on this stream. Bro, why this shit look mad bright? I look mad light skinned. Bro, um, I had, bro, this one dude had the videos. They took him down straight from his channel, bro. They straight took his shit down, bro. So I had to find. I had to go to her page or whatever so I can find it. So let's get right into it. We still got like 5 more days left, so we're just gonna watch this for right now.
Right, you guys. When y'all get on here, we can chit chat. My face is greasy as the fuck. Hold on.
Oh wait, before you get online.
Oh, it's on there. Oh.
Oh,
Is that cute?
Do you like it? Let me turn the brightness on.
Don't come from this side. My face is greasy as hell. Oh. Okay,
No?
let's try another one.
No? Okay.
That is everything.
Okay.
All right. My face look greasy. Oh, okay. Child, don't, They gonna be all on Instagram. No, look, that's how y'all caught me slipping. I need to see. All right, you guys. Y'all see the makeup all on my collar? Hey, you guys. I cannot wait to get in and to have a conversation with you guys. I'm sorry, Mel. To have a conversation with you guys about what took place today. But today was another day where I personally feel like, are we doing all right, baby? Not too far up. Not too far up. Look who I ran into.
Who is that?
Oh, we giving
Hey,
duality.
oh, hey, it's giving black and white, baby.
It's giving black and white.
Uh-oh, you got the girls on
So
it?
when y'all be mad, when we do
Yeah, when-
something, just be mad about it. I don't have time to
This
give
is
it
about
up.
to be a
Alright,
legendary.
she gonna talk about the face, bro.
And that changed by some more shit. And you get into it.
Oh, okay, I think it's right here. Sit back.
What's up? Hey, twin. I'm finna tell y'all some shit. I need to
Y'all go,
do
we
this.
back in it.
You was waiting on me? I want to say something. Earlier, I got on Twitter and I went off because I saw some different posts with some of the people who work for publications like New York Times and LA Times, bitch, whoever, all these different motherfucking platforms, and people feeling like they are more credible, than people like me. First of all, I don't give a fuck who you work for. Don't be mad at me because you gotta clock in and you go write some shit and nobody reads that shit. That doesn't have anything to do with me. You not getting the attention that you so desire doesn't have a motherfucking thing to do with me. Okay? That doesn't have any, you take your qualm up with your God. Bitch, that don't have nothing to do with me. They sitting up here trying to discredit people like me when we sitting in the courtroom and be sitting in front of they ass. We are all sitting in the same motherfucking room taking the same notes. Who ain't credible when we sitting up in here? Now, when I'm giving you my opinion, that's my motherfucking opinion. But when it comes to who's reliable, bitch, we are all sitting up here writing down what the fuck is going on. Y'all asses is sitting up taking notes like everybody else. And then y'all could go sit up and compare and see what the hell is going on. So all of this person ain't credible, that person ain't credible, and all that other bullshit is just that bullshit. And I don't give a fuck. It's a whole bunch of sick, just stupid, really envious ass people. That's number one. Number two, NBC had already hit me up to let me know that they were about to run a story where people from Megan's side, take that how you will, people like Tamika Mallory, have given them statements talking about I'm spreading misinformation. Now, how many times has good been done? Did Tamika Mallory have something to say? Or do you only care when you have a vested interest in something? Tamika Mallory, aren't you the same person that showed up one day out of the whole goddamn time? Because I haven't seen you since Megan came in. Kelsey is a black woman, correct? Has anybody ever seen Tamika Mallory stand up for Kelsey when she was being cyberbullied by friends of people like Megan Thee Stallion that she came and sat in the room for?
Wow.
Did y'all see that? Or did you blink like I blinked and did we miss it? Have you been present to hear the testimony? Or are you sitting on the sidelines getting fed something? And then y'all want to talk about bias. Doesn't Tamika Mallory, doesn't she have affiliations and ties to Rock Nation? So wouldn't you have a vested interest in supporting Megan Thee Stallion? Would that be true? So who the fuck do you think you be talking about when you acting like I'm biased about how I feel about whatever? You sound dumb. You really sound fucking stupid. You're affiliated with Roc Nation. You brought your ass up there with people from Roc Nation, didn't you? Weren't you sitting next to Desiree Perez? And you came in there when Megan came. You have been supportive of her. You feel like she got shot, and that is what you have maintained and gotten on your platforms, and that's what you have stood for, correct or incorrect? So you're talking to me for what? Oh, but you didn't talk to me. You had nothing to say to me. How many times did I walk past you? How many times did you look and shut the hell up? So at the end of the day, girl, I don't give a damn about you sitting up going to NBC or anybody else because you and whoever else feels a way that I'm getting a particular type of attention and you don't like it. See, what has happened is they, whoever the fuck, are upset that they're not the only ones able to sit up and relay information. That is what the issue is. So now that you have other people relaying information and other people listening and feeling a way about it and feeling moved and compelled to form an opinion that does not align with theirs, now they have a problem. Now, well, let's go ahead and talk to NBC about, you know what I'm saying, her spreading misinformation. Let's go pull up some old-ass tweets and talk about it and run an article. Yo, run your article, mention my name, and help me get my verification check. Thank you. I don't give a fuck about what the fuck Tamika Mallory said.
Oh, damn.
Girl, fuck you. Girl, the fuck? Now, anyway, let's get to it. I'm on a limited, clock, bitch. We got a short amount of time. So we about to get into it, and I'm going to tell you some more shit. And if you want to get your news somewhere else, then take your ass up the road and go get it somewhere else. If you want to go to Nancy Dillon or James Quilly or whoever the fuck you want to go to. And the craziest part is, I'm sitting right next to James Quilly as we sitting up in the courtroom, and he leaves the courtroom, and you called yourself trying to shade me, nigga? That's what you called yourself trying to do because you got called out? Is that what happened? Sit there like you was and shut the fuck up some more. And take your little notes and go about your motherfucking business, nigga. What the fuck do these people be talking about? Nothing. Anyway, let's get into some more shit. Day 5 in purgatory. So, we come in at 10:30 a.m. The jury, first of all, they wasn't in there yet. So, the courts were like, look, the jury needs to know and understand Kelsey's immunity deal. Because we just personally do not feel like the jury got a full understanding of what the hell going on and what she agreed to and all that shit. So that they can properly assess the situation. And so the judge agreed with Tory people. And he just told them, look, submit the goddamn paperwork. And then there was an issue about, evidence that they had that they just felt like, look, y'all not following protocol. So that's like, what do you want us to do? The judge was like, what you want me to do? So he was like, eventually, because they went back and forth about that for a little while, we just going to have to figure it out. And we going to, you know what I'm saying? And he told them, y'all write something up and give it to me. And, tell me how you feel and da-da-da-da-da. Somebody just said something very important. Bitch, all y'all hoes is biased.
Oh.
If you formed an opinion. Okay? If you have formed an opinion, bitch, you're biased. If your opinion is not, I'm neutral, you're biased. If you have chosen a side, you're biased. If you're going to sit up and say, I feel like this happened, I feel like this person innocent and that person guilty, bitch, you're biased. So why the fuck I'm supposed to care about you feeling like I'm biased? You want everybody to down that nigga. Y'all don't like the fact that a bitch from Houston is supporting that nigga, and I am. And I don't give a fuck. And what the fuck you gonna do about it? Nothing but be mad. Go give another motherfucking statement to another outlet, bitch. That'll make 3. I'll get my check. Moving along. So anyway, they said that they might bring Stogner in. Was they trying to get him for Monday? And so, child, they said there was a request for prints. And then they was talking about the weapon and the magazine and no DNA. They talked about the medical records. And what was said was, and this was said by Tory people, the medical records are irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, this ain't a case about who shot who. This ain't a case about did she get shot. It was a case about who shot who. And I agree.
Who shot her?
Like, y'all coming up in here with all this other bullshit and talking about, okay, let's look at this and let's look at the medical records. The only thing we need to be talking about is who shot her. You know, that's the core focus. We can get into that, but the actual focus is who shot her. And they was just spending too much motherfucking time on that other bullshit. And so they talked about issues with Stogner's credibility because word on the street is he was boop, 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 hitting people he ain't had no damn business, so he don't have a job. And so they said that there was a lack of DNA in this case.
So
and
he
so
should be free,
they
bro.
said, listen, put it in writing. I'll go over it. We'll reach some type of conclusion. We have to move on. And so we finally get into the witness. The witness that came in first was an investigator, a senior investigator named Jody Little. And so they said, you know, did you meet... And let me tell you something about Jody Little really, really quickly. She reminded me of Tabitha Brown. Black woman that came in... she had the cutest little walk. And she just had a sunny disposition. And was really smiley and had one of them really, like, super cute voices. Like, she just seemed really, really, really sweet. And so she was cute for what it was. And so she came in. And they said, did you meet with Kelsey on the 14th of September in 2022? And she said, yeah. They said, where you had the interview at? And she said, it took place at my job, you know, in the courts on the 9th floor. They said, who was there? So they went over who was there, you know, by Kathy Ty, Kelsey, her husband. They had, you know, some of her representatives on the phone, representation on the phone, rather. And so they said, how long did the interview take? They was like, it was from 11:30 to 12:58. They said, how was Kelsey when you met her? They said the first time I met her, you know, she was comfy, friendly, cordial, you know, all of that. They said, did she seem threatened? There was an objection. They said, what was her husband's demeanor? They said professional, supportive, and everything else. So now they queue up the interview. They told the court reporter that she didn't have to take no notes on this shit, okay? They hand out transcripts to the people, you know, in the jury. All right, let's get into what Kelsey said. And you want me to show you my notes for what Kelsey said? They say I'm unreliable.
Damn.
They say I'm unreliable. Bitch, I'm in there writing in that motherfucker like it ain't no tomorrow. They said I'm unreliable? Nah, bitch, I'm getting to the business. I know exactly what the fuck was said. So let's talk about it. Kelsey says, and I'm going to say this as Kelsey is saying it, okay? Kelsey said that she met Megan in college at PV. That is better known as Prairie View, okay? We call it PV down in Houston, because obviously Prairie View, duh. All right. She said she had known Megan about 6 or 7 years. She said we were friends, and as she grew, you know, in her business with music, I became her assistant. And she said maybe I became her assistant around late 2018, early 2019. Till the incident happened, because after that she lost her job. They said we were in LA at the time that everything happened to record the WAP video with Cardi B. She said I had to leave and then come back because I had COVID. She said we had relocated to LA after COVID, and since COVID had affected schedules, they were supposed to go overseas, you know, to film some things, but they ended up, you know, staying in the States because they got canceled because of COVID. And so they stayed together, you know, every time there was something to do. If there was a hotel, then okay. If they were going to stay in an Airbnb, then okay. So we jumped to that particular night. She said on that particular night, Kylie invited them over. And what particular night am I talking about? I'm talking about at the WAP video. Kelsey says that they were invited to Kylie's house for a get-together at the WAP video. And so she said, I met Tory in early 2022 with Megan. So they met him at the same time at the Rock Nation brunch, okay? She said everything was okay. You know, we had fun. She said I would flirt with Tory, and Megan encouraged the relationship. Before Kelsey could get back, they had spent time together and all of that. She said, I got back less than a week before the shit, you know, popped off. That contradicts what Kelsey said when she was on the stand. Kelsey said that she had been back at least 2 weeks before anything happened. But okay. She said Kylie invited us at the WAP video shit, and Megan asked, she wanted me and EJ to come. So she said she got there, and it was about 6 to 7 p.m. She said once we got there, there were 6 people there. She said Megan started making nachos, and the rest of them played beer pong. And they said, can you name, you know, anybody else that was there? And she said Kylie had her 3 besties. She said somebody named Thigh, another guy, and another bitch that she'll know the name. And then she said Corey, which is Chris's boyfriend, Odell Beckham and his friend. So she said, you know what? Matter of fact, it was probably about 9 people. She said we was playing beer pong and we played basketball. She said Megan was in there cooking them damn nachos. So that should have took about 10 goddamn minutes with that damn ground beef in that damn hotel. So she said Megan came out and said, y'all having fun without me? And so they was like, join in. And so they got in the pool. And later in the night, she said things began to go left. She said, I did, need to go lay the fuck out. She said, I passed out. I was unconscious, child. I had to go lay down because I was drunk. She said, I went to bed probably at like 10 or 11. By the time she woke up, Tory was there and everybody else was gone. So it was just Kylie, Megan, EJ, and her and Tory. They said Megan called Tory on FaceTime. Okay? They believe that that's how, she believes that's how he got the invite. She said, when I looked, when I woke up, I was good. They said Kylie and Tory and Megan was in one area. Kelsey said, I was in the hot tub. She said EJ was at the cabana. They said Megan was doing this laugh that was so weird and obnoxious that Kelsey felt like something was wrong. So she said Tory had called her, but she was like, bitch, I ignored it because I didn't want to have nothing to do with that shit. And so Tory was kind of going in between Kylie and Megan. She said, EJ said, like, child, we got to go. So Kelsey went to go pack up their shit that was in the room that Kylie provided for them, when they got there to change in and things of that nature. So EJ had already packed the bags, but Megan did not want to leave, okay? So she said, me and EJ loaded the car with our suitcases, and then we went back in to tell Megan, let's go, and Megan did not want to leave. Kelsey said that she sat in Tory's car with Quan in the front, and she was on FaceTime with her sister, and EJ just said, listen, baby, we have to go, okay? And so they said, baby, just tell her that her wig's slipping. So Kelsey went in and said, like, come on, get out the pool because your wig's slipping. And so she got out. And then Megan told EJ, Tory gonna take us home. So she said, Meg and I put our shit in Quan's car. Now that is something different. Because at no point in time had anybody told us that Megan had put the shit in the car. So now we got bitches that's then packed up back, a whole nother nigga packed up a bag in Kylie house. We don't know what the fuck was in them bags. And then they go put it in EJ car. And then they go put it in fucking Tory car. So we got a whole bunch of people moving a whole bunch of shit, and we don't know what the fuck in them damn bags. Bitch, it could have been 11 motherfucking pistols in them bags, bitch. Stick talk shit. But y'all don't know what was in your bag, ho. So, okay. Megan told Quan, don't forget that Quan is the driver. Megan told Quan, go get Tory. When Tory caught wind of it, he came up, but he was like, take them home. And so Kelsey said he wasn't mad when he said to take us home. He just didn't want to leave with us. They said Tory stayed with Kylie while they left the home, okay? Now they leave, okay? Quan and them are in the car. Quan, Kelsey, and Megan are in the car. Okay, as they were leaving, they said Megan was still laughing, like just this weird, obnoxious-ass laugh. EJ left at the same time that they left at that point. And because he was going in a different direction, even though he left at the same time, there was no need for him to follow them. So, he went on about his business. So now EJ gone. Okay. She said Megan is in the car just laughing, like this super fucking obnoxious ass laugh, and she is not understanding like what the fuck is so funny. But Megan was in the front seat. It's early in the morning, like the middle of the night. So she was just like, I don't know what the fuck was so funny. So she in the back seat just doing her thing. Then Megan says, I left my slipper. I need to go back. So they say, Kelsey say, she demanded that Quan take her back to the house. So they said they pulled back up, and Kylie had 6 security guards. So they said Megan had called to check and make sure that it was okay that she came back in so that she could get, her shit or get her shoe. She said she had left her slipper. So they say that her and Quan went in, okay, while Kelsey sat in the car. They said Kylie comes out to the door entryway, and Quan and Megan and Tory, kind of rush out and come back to the car. She say Megan came up to the car and said, bitch, Kylie said we got to get the fuck out of here, okay? And that when Quan got in the car, he said that Tory and Megan had an argument. Now, Kelsey said there wasn't no argument in Kylie's house. She didn't never give a damn about Tory flirting with her. But now, and she didn't get kicked out by Kylie. Now, bitch, we got Kylie standing on the porch in the motherfucking doorway. I guess she was supposed to be somebody's rich ass mammy, and kick them niggers out of her motherfucking house.
Hey, yo, why she had to
Because
say
they
it
weren't
like
about to have that over there, okay? Next. So,
that? She said niggers.
they said, so we leave and we driving, and Megan is still laughing. So Kelsey said, I said, well, damn, bitch, I'm a, juice it up a little bit. But she said, damn, bitch, what's funny? And Tory said, yeah, Megan, tell your friend what's funny. Your best friend tell your best friend what's funny, and tell her how fake your ass is. And then so he gonna make a plan dumb. Oh, what you talking about? And so she talking about Kelsey, don't listen to him. So Tory started cussing her ass out. This is all Kelsey's recollection. She started cussing him out. And he started cussing her out. And so Kelsey said, now look, I don't know what the fuck going on, but this my friend, and you're not gonna talk to her like that. So she said they got into it, and then that he allegedly told her, I'm from Canada, as to imply that he was a thug. Bitch, you do know that Canadian people are known for being like some of the nicest people, right? They said they ain't even no ghettos in Canada. Child, I don't know. But in no fucking way. Then Kelsey say that Tory said, my nigga, I'll shoot your ass. And reached to the middle console, but he ain't never grabbed nothing, okay? And so he just motioned for it. And then Kelsey said, well, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. I got people that's gonna ride for me. And so the arguing continues. And then Megan demands that they pull over. They said Megan jumped out the car, and Tory got out the car right behind her, and they went and sat at the bus stop. Now, Megan played crazy. She never acknowledged that they left the first time to go back home, or that all that shit, was moved the way it was, and that she went back to Kylie's home. Because she claimed that she had left the slipper. She said that was a lie. Oop. If we can prove that in any way, or if there's video footage, which I'm sure that Kylie has video footage and the bitch is coming back to the house and all that shit, that whole lie, bitch, that's proof. But any motherfucking way, she demanded that he pull over. Now, another contradiction is the fact that Megan said that when she got out the car, she walked over there by the bus stop, but she don't remember, like, nobody coming up and talking to her, and shit like that. Kelsey said Tory got out right behind her and went to talk to her. She said when they got back in the car, everything was calm. And then when he got back in the car, Tory apologized to Kelsey and said, I'm sorry, man, because you a real nigga, my bad. They said Megan ain't like that. And then she starts with her bullshit again, okay? They said that, they said she started that uncontrollable laughing shit. And then they started arguing about, artistry. And she said, you only hot because of the feature with Jack Harlow. But she couldn't really remember nothing else or what he said back or nothing like that. So allegedly, Tory told Quan, the driver, get these bitches about my car. This is my motherfucking car. Let these hoes out. So they say Quan pulled over. She say Megan jumps out and I open my door, not paying attention. She said I get out and then I hear gunshots going off. And at about the second or the third shot, I look up and I see Tory leaning over the door window in Megan's seat, and he's shooting over the top of the door. He must have jumped up there, shooting the gun. And when they say jumped up there, like the front seat, he must have jumped up there. And then she said, my body is behind the door, so I'm out of the vehicle. They said Megan was walking away, and then she turned and then saw us. She said at that point, I can only see her chest, but she looked like a deer in headlights. They said Quan was quiet, and I don't know where Tory pulled the gun from. But after the shot, she said we froze, and then she kind of clicked back in. And some type of way, Megan gets to this driveway, she claims. She said Tory sat in the damn front passenger seat. Kelsey said I ran over to Megan to check on her, and I was in defense mode, so I never looked at any of her injuries, but when I grabbed her, I saw blood. And then I saw Tory come around the back of the vehicle, and I was afraid, and, I was just in defense mode and, didn't know what to do. So she said, you know what? I stepped up and got in between Megan and Tory, and then we fought, okay? She said, and she said that that's when her and Tory got in the fight. She said Quan got Kelsey and picked her up like a damn rag doll and said, Kelsey, they do this all the time. Spoiler alert, Quan has no motherfucking gunshot residue on him. None was found. So you mean to tell me that with the way that gunshot residue transfers And by the fact that you, Kelsey, had gunshot residue on your hands, you went over there to check on Megan, who was never tested for gunshot residue conveniently. And Quan came over there and lifted your ass up off the ground like a rag doll. And Quan had absolutely no gunshot residue on him.
Red flag.
Is that what we're going with? Is that logical to you? Would be my question. If a nigga pick you up like a rag doll, what you gonna do with your hands? You gonna try to hold on to that nigga, right? So that nigga should have gunshot residue on him, huh? Yeah, all right. So any fucking way, he had none. So she said, Quan got Kelsey and said, child, they do this all the time. And so she said that I don't know if Tory slapped me, punched me, I don't know what the fuck he did. She said, but Tory was in the driveway with Megan. She said, Quan said, child, they do this all the time. Like, and then Kelsey said, huh? She's shot. She needs help. And she said, I jumped into the vehicle and I made it jerk to get them to notice. She said, I ain't drive the car or do nothing like that. But that, I jerked the car to make them notice. I don't know if she meant she used her body weight or what, but I don't know. She said Tory at that point, looked up and then came over there. She said that he pulled her by her hair, and then that's when she got afraid for her life, because she said he was pulling her neck in such a way that he wasn't choking her, but the shit hurt. And then she said Quan came try to pull her away from him, but it was like a tug of war because he was pulling on her. And then she said, I simply said, Tory, what are we doing? And all of a sudden, Tory just let her go. That's all it took. He just let her go. Okay. They said, Kelsey said, and then I looked up and Megan was standing at the driver door.
Oh, she is lying.
The one that came up? Never mind. So he said, get in. Okay? And so they got in the car. She said, I lost my chain in my nail fighting Tory. She said, but at this point, we changed seats. Megan was calm. Okay? She said, but I was having a panic attack. And so she starts to cry. On the audio, you can hear Kelsey crying. She said, Megan said, call T. Ferris. And they were heading home, not to the hospital. But that Quan took another turn because it seemed like he was going to take him to the hospital. They say T. Ferris had bad signal. So she sent a text to Justin that said, help 911, Tory shot Megan. They said they showed Kelsey the text to corroborate it. And she said, yeah. She said she dropped her location to T. Ferris. She said then she texted her mother and said, help. And Kelsey was breaking down again. She said that I was hurt physically, but she said I didn't feel that yet because my adrenaline was so high. She said I was really emotionally hurt the most at the time. She said, so we're driving, and I also called a person that I was talking to at the time and kept the line open because I was just so nervous about what was going on in the car, so I just wanted him to be on the line so he could listen. So she called him, and they was talking, and he picked up, and he sat on the line. So she said Megan put her leg on her, but she still never saw the injury. And that Kelsey was in the car crying, so that Tory told her, girl, shut the fuck up. So she said the cops, kind of passed them a little bit, one cop car. So I guess maybe they thought they wasn't coming for them. But then the swarm of cops is behind them now and a damn helicopter. She said that's when Tory said, please don't say a word about this. I just signed the deal. I'm about to sign the deal. And I'll give each of y'all $1 million motherfucking dollars when I get the deal. She said Megan was very calm. They said, could she have been in shock? She said, oh, no, she was calm. They said she didn't seem upset with Tory. And so she said the cops came and made them get out the car. And she said, please don't put your knee on my neck like George Floyd. And she said people weren't really talking. Her adrenaline was running. She said they, taking Meg. And she said, I regret not saying something about my injuries at the time because I should have. She said she was so focused on Megan, she didn't talk about it. She said Ferris actually came to the scene as they were putting Megan in the ambulance. And I guess, I don't know if he got in the ambulance with her and left with her, but he was on the scene. And remember, she had sent the location. She said, I ended up being taken to the police station and they put me in a room, but I do not recall them swabbing me for gunshot residue. Whenever they did that, she wasn't aware. She said they asked if I wanted to talk. And she said I asked for a lawyer because that's what I saw on TV and movies. That's all I knew to do. So she said when she got released at the same time as Quan the next morning, and that Quan said, shit, money talks. And so she said he also said Tory was trying to protect me. And she said she just felt like people was playing mind games with her because, bitch, what? And so she said Tory's friend said, I don't know why he said that when he picked up, or why he did that when he picked up Quan. And she called security, Justin, and asked for a ride. Justin said go ask her manager, Jilly. So they say Jilly came immediately, took Kelsey to her apartment, changed clothes, and went to Megan. Okay. She said that she had to sit outside. She said, I'm in a car and waiting, and I get a jail call, and she said she had been answering the phone for a nigga in jail, so she thought it was him. So she went ahead and answered. She didn't know it was Tory. And so Tory calls. We already know what happened. He called and asked about the incident. I told you guys exactly what that phone call was about because I already played it for us. She said, I didn't get to see or talk to Megan. She said, then I eventually got a text back, and I asked to see Megan, but nobody was answering me. She said, Desiree Perez said that Megan gonna be down a whole year, maybe. And so Kelsey said, well, I'm considering going home. And then she said, well, shit, if I need to go home, okay, because I need to seek treatment because I have all these different pains. And she said, so let me kind of get my shit together and I'll let you know. And she said, no sooner than I can send that message, they already had my flight booked. The flight was it was within the next 2 hours. Excuse me, I'm trying to rush because I got to go. So the flight was for the next 2 hours. And Kelsey said, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, she confused, like, y'all sending me home or like what? And so she says that Desiree told her LA is dangerous and the house isn't safe, so you need to go get a rental. She said, look, can you rebook my flight so I can get my shit together? And she said okay. She said a driver came, and helped her remove her things from the house, and she went to a hotel. She said Tory called from Quan's phone and that he whispered, hey, big head. She said, I gave the pin to my hotel to get my shit. She gave them her location. So, child, that's what she felt like she wanted to do. She said, so he came and he asked me to come to a studio location, but she didn't feel safe doing that, so she said no. She said, prior to me going to meet, I told my sister where I was, just, to let somebody know what was up. She said Tory was in the driver's seat, but he wasn't driving nowhere. He was just in the seat, and then he was apologetic. And Kelsey said, let me hear him out, because it was a wild night of drinking. So she said that he was sorry, and she said, I knew that he was so sorry. And he said, but Kelsey, she attacked my artistry. I told him that he was wrong. I told him, this shit ain't okay. You need to apologize to her as well. She said, but at the time, I didn't know that he had spoken to her because she ain't answer her. Then she said the team was treating me weird. So Kelsey said she sent a long-ass text message. How you just get fed the fuck up and you send a whole 3 paragraphs? Yeah, that. So she said Megan finally called her back and said, look, find a place and I'll pay for your rent for a year. And then she said Megan told her, dog, I can't walk. And that's when it was revealed to her that Megan had caught a red eye to New York. So she was like, damn, they shutting me out? Like, what the fuck I do? I want to pause right quick. If Tory Lanez had purchased a property or paid the rent up for a year for Kelsey, that would have been called bribery. They were not seeing eye to eye. Kelsey and Megan were not seeing eye to eye. She was being shut out. It's a lot of, different circumstances. And Megan, per her own admission, paid her rent up for a fucking year. If Tory had did that shit, it would have been called something. Yeah, and you already know what. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into Megan, why did you lie like you hadn't talked to Kelsey? You all on social media talking about, I ain't talked to them motherfuckers that y'all been asking about. Them motherfuckers went to jail. But you knew damn well that you had talked to Kelsey a few times, we found out, if y'all want to believe this audio that Kelsey told everybody that she lied about the day before. So anyway, and then what else? Hold on.
It's just a whole bunch of lying.
And this is my other question. If this was all Tory's fault, what y'all start treating Kelsey like that for? Why was Kelsey iced out? And why did Kelsey lose her job if she didn't do anything?
Right.
If Kelsey truly was a victim and everybody knew that, why the fuck did Kelsey lose her job? Why was she left outside of the hospital? Why was she excluded when Megan got flown out to New York? You know, why did all of that happen? Why was y'all trying to send her back on a flight 2 hours after what happened? That's interesting to me. Moving along. She told Kelsey, find her a place, I'll pay the fucking rent. Okay? Now, don't forget that we in the car. Okay? She in the car and she said Tory came to her hotel. She said Rock Nation, or Megan's team rather, whatever you want to call them, shut her out. She said, Tory said that he was sorry. And he was saying, Kelsey, what can I do? Like, do you want to work for me? You got something you want me to invest in? Like, or what's one thing that you really want to do? And she said, Kelsey said, she was like, what? And then Tory said, like, come on, you know what I'm saying. Like, this is what my lawyer, Sean Holly, told. Like, this how she told me to word it. Now, I want to pause real quick. Megan Thee Stallion claimed that Tory told her, I'll give you $1 million, don't say nothing, I'm on probation. That nigga ain't never been on probation. So why the fuck would he say that? Kelsey is sitting up here, bitch, I was going to say it twice. Kelsey's sitting up here hollering by, oh, well, Tory said, y'all want to believe this shit so bad, that bro. Sean Holly had advised him to say that? Baby, Kelsey went to get that shit the next day. You understand what I'm telling you? That means that was July 13th. Baby, Sean Holly wasn't representing Tory and he hadn't reached out to her. Did you know that before you said that? You must not have. You must not have known that when you made that statement. Tory had not sought out counsel because Tory wasn't even under the impression that he was going to be charged with anything. Babe, let's get back into the timeline. Megan didn't say that a crime had been committed against her until the 15th of July on Instagram. Tory went to jail because the gun was in the vehicle and they were trying to charge him with it. They did charge him with it. And so, you know, he went to jail that night and he was let out. But he did not have representation from Sean Holly at that time. So can you explain to me what sense it would have made for him to just dry ass throw her motherfucking name up and say, oh, well, Sean Holly told me to word it this way. And I want to remind you that Kelsey said the day before that she fucking lied about this shit. But I need y'all to know, and let's do a fact check, Sean Holly wasn't his representation. The fuck do y'all be talking about? So anyway.
Yo, it just be all over the place, bro.
So she said that things were offered to her over a period of time via phone calls and text messages, or a text. Spoiler alert. They said, Kelsey, you said in your interview that, you know, they asking the woman on the stand, because the woman that was the witness had to sit up there and just listen to the shit. So she was asked, Kelsey said that she had a text from Tory asking her what she would like, basically trying to bribe her. And Kelsey said it was in her other phone. They said, did that ever materialize, basically? Was that ever given to you? Did you ever see that? She said no. They got every other goddamn text message, which you don't have no text message or Tory saying, you know, what you need from me. Well, ain't that quite fucking convenient? Sure. Anyway. And so Kelsey said, you know, I do have the text where he was saying stuff like that to me, but it's in my other phone. I'ma look. And so she said he tried to reach out to me up until charges was filed. And so she said that she told, she said Megan hit her up on the 15th and said, Kelsey, do you want me to include you in this statement? She said, yes, Megan, I want you to protect me because I'm being threatened. You know, people are threatening my mother and all of that shit. So I said, yeah, please protect me and mention me in your statement, okay? She said, I'll talk to my lawyer, you know, about it. She said, before I knew anything, Megan posted the statement and left me completely out. They said Kelsey said Megan made an Instagram post and Kelsey read the Instagram post, you know, in the interview. She said, so when Megan posted that and the public turned on me, I made my own post. After I made my own post, Megan said, why did you say that? This ain't the way. So that's when we take a break.
You in here right now,
we come back about 1:30. We continue with the audio. She said, I don't know anything about, she said, I don't know anything but the truth. And I'm upset that she never defended or protected me. She didn't know that I had met Tory to get my stuff. So she didn't have no reason to be mad at me, which is even more interesting. So what was the animosity about? If she fucked the nigga that you was fucking, didn't that help betray you? So why she got attitude? She said, we went back and forth via text messages And she said, I've been publicly approached. Kelsey said she can't even go to the dollar store. She said somebody cornered her in the damn dollar store, child. And so, what else? We went back and forth in the text messages, and she said I've been publicly approached. She said, so I really be trying to stay in hiding, even though he's the bad guy. She said Megan did a lot of damage to me off the motherfucking internet. She say Megan hit her up and said, Kelsey, I need you to get on social media and say what happened to us. Okay? They said her manager told me that she wasn't going to press charges. And I need y'all to listen to this shit. Kelsey said Megan's manager said she wasn't going to press charges until Megan got mad that social media was calling her a fucking alcoholic. That's when she made that post to go on Instagram. Kelsey went to her lawyer. After consulting her lawyer, they said, you're not about to say a motherfucking
Bro, she
thing.
is alcoholic, though.
Because she ain't had your back, and we worried about you and what's going to happen with you. And so she said, no, I'm not going to say anything.
Bro, she is alcoholic, though.
So my lawyer said no to her demands. Kelsey said Megan demanded that I get online and defend her. She said, I told Megan that we need to talk. And I told her that I talked to Tory. Once she said she told her about not going on social media for her, that's when Megan started coming at her crazy. And it said that, how you gonna go, online and say what you said and go see that nigga? And she just kind of started throwing that shit in her face. That's when Kelsey said, I knew that this wasn't genuine. And we stopped talking, and she went online and made it seem like I took hush money. So I text her. Kelsey said, I text her, and I said, why the fuck is you bashing me? They were trying to make me break. That's what Kelsey said. They said she had her friend saying that I got my chain from hush money when I've been paid for that chain, and it commemorates the day that my father died. They said she obviously approved these messages, so that's when it was over. And she said I wasn't interested in doing a damn thing that had nothing to do with Megan. Fuck her. Once again, I'm adding a little bit of sauce to it, but basically. Kathy Ty said, she was telling you this? Or are you telling us this to get back at Megan? She said, no, I just want to free myself from this. They said she makes songs about me. People be posting about me, and people don't know what to feel about me, They said then she accused Megan of calling around Houston and telling people that she took hush money and not to talk to her, okay? Whew. Kelsey said she hit up her representation and said, can you ask Megan's people to fucking stop? Kelsey says that when her lawyer hit up Megan people and said, baby, can she please stop? They said, well, why won't you get online, and say that, what happened? Now, isn't that an interesting response?
When you get to the store, FaceTime, because I want something to drink. I'll cash
Kelsey said, this is Kelsey's words. Y'all want to go by Kelsey's words so bad, correct? Y'all want to take this and apply it? Okay.
Huh?
She said Megan never holds herself accountable for shit.
Corner store.
She said we could have gone home that night, okay? But she got mad at me and said, and tried to flip it on me. She said she tried to tell me, child, because now we back at the party and the circumstances from that night. She said that Megan told her, child, he tried to stay with Kylie. She said that's when I realized that she never left a slip at Kylie's house. She was just mad that he was with Kylie. Megan is so low down that she knew that she was fucking Tory. Knew that Kelsey didn't know, but knew that Kelsey had fucked him.
Wow.
So she tells Kelsey, he over there with Kylie, bitch, trying to make her mad, trying to make her want to go back over there, when really she wanted to go back over there. That's what Kelsey said. So,
some females
yeah,
are just
they
like
said she was mad that he was staying over there with Kylie. This wasn't about no fucking slipper. She said, Megan asked me to stop fucking with Tory because she may have to work with him in the future. But now I know that there were other reasons why she asked me to do that. So that would imply that she's so motherfucking low down that she went to her friend and she tried to hook up with the nigga and said, you know what, maybe y'all not fuck that nigga no more because I'm going to have to, work with him. But really, she wanted that dick out to herself. So then what happened? Hold tight. So, she said, it's better to say that Kelsey was a bit of best friend and versus saying that Megan was mad about Tory and Kylie. She said, now I know I was pushed out, okay? Because she didn't tell the truth initially. She said they ain't going to tell the truth under oath. Kathy said the trial will take place and the public won't know what's going on here. So the case has to be handled in court. And then Kelsey said, my concern, outside of this is my safety. And she said, we'll talk off the record about that. But, this is almost done. We're in a home stretch and we want a resolution for everybody involved. Kelsey said, I'm just trying to move forward. I don't think Megan knows, I never didn't want to tell the truth, but she's making it hard for me. And we finally get done with the audio. What I want to say at this point is this audio meant absolutely nothing to me. This audio would have been damning, and it probably would have been a nail in the coffin. I'm going to tell you the truth. This motherfucking, without evidence, because I ain't got none, this audio could have been the nail in the coffin had Kelsey corroborated it. I spoke to a lot of people, not the jury, of course, but a lot of people listening who sat there where we sat once we went out into the space, and they said, this would have meant more to me if we had a credible witness. They said that this was something that they dismissed completely because Kelsey's not credible. And I agree. Kelsey told y'all she lied already. To me, this was a desperate act and an attempt to pull on people's heartstrings and their emotions. And because Kelsey did not cooperate, let's play it and hopefully y'all feel like that's true, even though she said that it was a lie. After Kelsey, made herself an unreliable witness, I don't see what the fuck we had to listen to her for. But desperate times call for desperate measures. So Kathy Ta said to the woman on the stand, remember, they played the audio of Kelsey, but there's a black woman on the stand. Her name is Jody Little. And so they said, Miss Jody Little, is this an accurate depiction of the situation? And she said, yeah. They said, do you think she was genuine? They said, yeah. Now it's time for the cross-examination. I'm going to call him Mr. McDonald's because I don't know how to pronounce that man motherfucking name. Tory, attorney, I don't know, Modesto, bitch, I don't fucking know. We're going to call him Mr. McDonald's, okay? So under cross-examination, he said, do you know Detective Stogner? The woman said no. They said, you're involved in many cases, right? And you're involved with many cases. She said, yeah.
Wait, right
they
there,
said,
right there.
An investigating officer always
over
present?
Top of the waters.
And she said, in my unit, criminally, typically,
over top of the waters, get me.
They said, does a police officer usually lead?
Go up.
And she said, yes. They said, was a police officer there? She said, no.
No.
She said,
the pineapple things.
Was Kelsey ordered to court? They said, yeah. They said, are you aware that Kelsey interviewed after being ordered to court? She said, no. They said, is there a recording or do you know who served her and what they said to her when they served her? They said, no. They said, is there a recording of that? She said, no. They said, witnesses who are potential suspects, do they sometimes lie? Okay? She said, yeah. They said, have you dealt, with liars and people that's then lied to you who are being accused of a crime? She said, yeah. They said, you in an interview, right? She said, yeah. They said, did Kelsey show you text messages? She said, yeah. And then they said, what about alleged text messages with Tory? She said she had text messages with Tory, right? She said, yeah. They said, do you have any messages? Did she ever produce any of these messages with they saw Peterson? She said, no. So Kelsey claimed that Tory bribed her and she had text messages, bitch, we ain't seen them hoes yet. All right, it's the symbol. They said, was Kelsey given immunity at that interview, at that point? And she said, I don't know. They said, what about prior to the recording? And she don't fucking know. So that was done with her. We pull up a new witness. This motherfucking witness, bitch. I'm going to have to call y'all back and tell y'all about it. I'll tell y'all when I get to where I'm going. This motherfucking witness that they pulled up next was the nigga that answered the phone when you say press 1 for English. They done got the nigga from Verizon Wireless to come get up on this goddamn stand to tell us what's going on. His name, bitch, I don't know what the fuck his name was. He got so many letters up in his goddamn name, child. I think it's a spell. I don't know what the hell going on. But he is a firearms examiner. He done came up here with, bitch, cartridges and models of the cartridge and all kind of shit, trying to explain this shit to us. Now I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. So he shows the cartridge casing and explains, the difference between weapons and shit like that. What was substantial about this? He said in a semi-automatic, like in this case, you got to hit the trigger over and over again. So they said, did you examine the firearm in this case? He said, yeah. And so they said, what kind of gun was it? And he said a 9mm semi-automatic. And so he said the serial number on that hoe. He read it out. So bitch, I wrote it down. The serial number was 684605. And so my
Dang.
whole thing is, y'all gonna trace this motherfucking gun? Who initially got this gun? I want to know who signed for this gun, who got this gun. The serial number one more time. You listen, you got a pen? 684605. So I want to know who. I want to know the last person associated with this motherfucking gun. He said the gun was in working condition. They said, what's the chance that the gun will accidentally go off 5 times? He say it ain't going off 5 times. Because it take 8.5 accidentally. Because it take 8.5 pounds of pressure. Well, bitch, I looked up and I thought that Lil Murder was going to be the next witness. And I wanted to stand up and I wanted to object because Lil Murder said that it takes 7.5 pounds of pressure. Now, these are different weapons. So I don't
This is
know.
all over the place.
But they said 8.5. So is he reliable? Because I believe Lil Murder more than I believe him.
Yo,
So
who
any
keeps saying Lil
motherfucking way.
Murder?
He said 8.5 pounds of pressure. Lil Murder did not take the motherfucking stand. And, we had to send Clifford home. So they said you need to use effort to pull the trigger on this weapon. You gotta... y'all know how a pistol work, bitch. He say, this ain't the one that you can click, hit that hoe, and that hoe gonna keep on going off. He say, you gotta hit that hoe, you gotta, have some authority, and you gotta, press that bitch. You gotta shoot it every motherfucking time.
They ain't
okay?
had that switch on
All right.
there.
So, he said, I cannot call this an accident. They said, do you have to slide, the shit back? The slide lock shit, do you have to release it before you fire? And he said, yeah, it's like the slide lock is like a safety. They said, does the temperature of the gun change when it's fired? He said, shit, yeah, but I don't really know how much. They said nothing further. Cross-examination time. They said, you talked about bullet casings. Do you know which way the casings went? Okay? And he said, with this gun, I would deduce that the shell casings went to the right of the gun. But the expert made it very clear that the shit can go all kind of different ways. You can't necessarily, for 100% fact, say that it won't go this way, that way, up. It depends on how you point the gun. It depends. There are a lot of different factors that go into where the shell casings go. All right. The defense pulled up a picture of where the shell casings were located per this investigation. Per this investigation, y'all can't see the picture. The 4 shell casings was in a nigga yard. Now, when you stop a car, don't you stop it in the street? Yes. Yeah. We know for a fact that Quan didn't pull the car into the driveway. So let me tell you something. If Tory had shot that gun over a window, it wouldn't be over in that nigga's driveway. But them shell cases wouldn't have been there, baby. So the man had to acknowledge that more than likely the gun was fired in that general area because 4 of the bullet casings were in that general area. And they said, do you see this balcony right up here? And he said, yeah, I can see it. He said, if somebody was standing right there, do you feel like they could see what the hell was going on? Yeah. So they said, if you're looking for casings, can you tell me where the gun was fired? He said the pattern ain't really reliable, but it would eject near the firing. And so they said it was 4 in the same area. So could that be the spot, that was shot? And he was like, it's really not reliable. And so he was like, well, how many feet? How far could she go? He was like, it could go up to 18 feet away. He said the shell casings can go off like 18 feet away. And so he was like, and could this be an accident? And he was like, I'm telling you that it take 8.5 pounds of pressure to make that hell go off. And so he said, well, shit, don't kids be getting guns and firing them guns? He said, look, it's like 8 pounds of pressure with this gun. He said, it's a double action gun. So he brought the shell casing picture up. And he said, did the shooting happen near this house? Now, this is what you need to get into. They asked the expert under cross-examination, did the shooting happen near this house? And he say, yeah. He said, you see that balcony? He said, is it fair to say that the shooting happened in this area? He said, yeah, like with 360 degrees. They said, have you seen fingerprints from the shell casings? And then, have you seen fingerprints from shell casings be lifted in cases before? He said, yes. He said, I've heard of it, but I ain't did it myself. But I do know that they sometimes have, like, taking, DNA from shell casings. They said, have you ever seen how police retrieve prints? And he said, yeah. They said, why do you use gloves? They said, for contamination purposes, DNA, fingerprints, and all that shit. All right. They was done with his ass. They bring up Randy Zapata, a criminalist, okay? He works with DNA. Ooh, I'm trying to hurry up. They said, did you obtain Tory's DNA? He said, yeah, I got a profile. They said,
bitch.
he said, I compared, the handgun in the magazine, to his DNA.
We ain't getting all to
He
like
said, from the
3:30.
magazine, after I did, research on it, I tested it, I have 4 contributors. He said at least 2 were males. Get into these numbers. One person had 62% DNA on their hoe. The second person had 26%, then 9%, and then 3%. Okay? They said, did the person that held it the longest or maybe fooled with it the most, would they have a higher percentage? He said, no, not necessarily. They said, now, when it comes to the magazine, was Tory excluded as a contributor on the magazine from that gun? He said, yes. Tory Lanez was excluded. His DNA was nowhere to be found on the magazine. This is what you put into it once you load up and put them bullets, all right? So, let's get to the handgun itself. Not the magazine, but the handgun. They said there was one male's DNA on it, and the numbers go as follows, just like with the other situation with the 62, 26, 9, and 3. 90%, 5%, 3, and then 2. That ain't on a 100 scale. What the fuck is them numbers? I don't know. Anyway, they said that was inconclusive. They said Tory cannot be excluded or included because they couldn't prove that his DNA was on the gun. They said, is it common to see complex evidence in profile mixtures, which means that multiple people handle something? They said all the test shows is that somebody touched it. So we checked the majority of the guns, for those things. They said, okay, done. Cross-examination. They said the magazine had 4 contributors, right? He said yes. Tory was excluded from the magazine. He said, yeah. He said, if I load bullets, into a gun, the DNA, my DNA would be on the shit, right? He said, yeah. They say if the gun was used frequently, your DNA would be on it, huh? He said, yeah. He said, in this case, it was DNA on the casings. He said, we ain't look at that. They say, if the gun is my gun and I hold it, load it, and shoot that bitch 5 times, do you feel like my DNA gonna be on it? He said, yeah, more than likely. So they said, you have 0 evidence for my client's DNA on the magazine. He said, yeah. He said, is my client excluded from the gun? Could you say that my client had that gun? He said, can you say that my client touched that gun? He said, no. No. They told me to go to rehab. I said, no. Kelsey said Tory woke up and said, hey, big head. She said he whispered it. Girl. Redirect. They said, do you, no. They came back in and they was talking to the man. And he said, look, ultimately, I just do the damn report. And so he said, look, is there any evidence that my client touched the magazine or the damn gun? He said, no. Now, this is the get you gotcha. Chop, they said, do y'all have any samples for Kelsey? Do y'all have any DNA samples for Kelsey that were tested up against this weapon? No. He said, did y'all request DNA from Kelsey to test it on this weapon? They said no. So let me get this correct. Y'all don't know what the fuck done happened out there, but y'all know a gun was fired. But y'all put all y'all eggs in Tory basket and wanted to accuse him immediately. So much so that the LAPD, with more sloppy ass work, decided, let's go ahead and test Tory for gunshot residue and DNA. And we're going to test Kelsey for gunshot residue. Did y'all think that maybe she wouldn't have it? And then fucked around and found out it was on her hands? And nobody ever tested nor requested that she get, DNA checked or swabbed so that they can compare it against the gun.
They should test Megan, bro.
Does that make sense to you? Is that logical to you? Does that sound like, any type of police department that's trying to seek the truth? Because what they're supposed to be doing is investigating. This all happened today, nigga.
Damn.
So I'm just trying to understand how this was ever balanced. I'm trying to understand why nobody's having a conversation about how the LAPD has cut corners consistently. And every time y'all cut a corner,
Real shit,
it was
they
to make
not.
Megan's case stronger. But let me continue on. I can give you 5 more minutes and that's it. And then we'll have to go over that other shit.
Everybody
We come
that's
back
in
at
here.
3:40. Okay, we had a little break. They pull up somebody
Everybody that's in here. 1,000 subs. Yeezy giveaway. I'm gonna put names in the wheel.
for the
I'm writing down everybody's name.
the defense. Because of his schedule, they took him out of order because the prosecution has not rested, even though they need to take a long slumber. Oh, Instagram giving me a timer today. Oh, thank you, bitch. So anyway, let me get to the get you gotcha. I got 1 minute and 49 seconds. All right. This man was a forensic scientist that talked absolutely too fucking much. He put me to sleep a couple of times, but I was listening though. But you can tell that he loves what he does. And this man is really a pioneer in terms of DNA. I was actually taken aback and really on some like brain shit. Like, nigga, you a cold piece. Like, this nigga is one of the people that helped to create the way that we analyze DNA today when it comes to that being tested and used in cases. So that is monumental. Like, that nigga didn't get a Pulitzer Prize or some shit. I don't know. That shit crazy. But anyway, we got 1 minute and 9 seconds. They said, based on the DNA analysis, that what can you tell us about it? You know, based on what they did. They said that they did the DNA testing on the gun and Megan. I mean, on the gun and the magazine. I apologize. They said, can you explain what the LAPD concluded from the handgun? He said that they said that they had DNA from 4 people and that one was a male. 45 seconds. They said, so at least one male was there. He said, yeah. And he said, but there was female DNA on the motherfucking gun. Listen.
Yo.
Let me bend this page so I know where I'm at. I'm gonna come back and tell y'all some more shit and get into it. But to me, that's some of the most important shit. Right there. That a female's DNA was absolutely on that fucking weapon. And I'm gonna come back in like a few minutes and we'll wrap this shit up. But bitch, yeah, get into it.
No. I think. Yeah, she never came back. All right, we're gonna go to day 5. I mean, day 6. Get right into it. This one long, so.
Bitch, I am in my car. Okay, I just got my hair done. This lighting is real bad, so don't even worry about it. But come here so I can tell you something right quick.
What this is? 2.
People. Bitch, I had to pull over at McDonald's. I done came and got me a gourmet meal. Came and got me a hot and spicy with some chicken nuggets and a Sprite. I'm sitting up here minding my business.
I probably
when
watched this
news
one.
breaks that Justin has gone missing. Megan's motherfucking old ass security guard that had the gun in the swimming pool. Bitch, he done went missing. He was supposed to testify on Friday, nigga. That nigga never showed up. They are now considering him a missing person. Get me some pictures on this motherfucking screen. He ain't went missing. That nigga fled. He ain't finna get up on that stand and lie now. Look at this shit right here. Talking about the Shade Room exclusive. He done went missing. He was scheduled to testify on Friday. Now they investigating his motherfucking disappearance. Yo, give me a different asset. TSR exclusive. As the first week of shocking testimony wrapped in the Tory Lanez assault trial, the Shade Room has exclusively learned that Megan Thee Stallion's former bodyguard, who was also scheduled to testify on Friday, Justin Edison, is now considered a missing person. Megan's attorney, Alex Spiro, spoke exclusively to the Shade Room and said, we recently learned that Justin Edison went missing right before he was scheduled to appear in court, bitch. Do you understand what I'm telling you? And do you understand motherfucking English? Justin is the one that said that he went to Tory house to go get Megan's shit, and Tory confessed that he had shot that girl. He was supposed to be the other witness that was supposed to attest to that. And they don't even know where the fuck he is. He was supposed to come in on Friday. Let me tell you something.
If that's not
what y'all
weird, I
gonna
don't know
stop
what
doing
it is.
is playing. Is the judge going to... Is that my chopstick? Is the judge gonna throw this shit out? This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Tamika Mallory, is it still
Yup.
misinformation?
Yeah, we
That
did
this
talk
is
about
some
it yesterday.
bullshit? Or what? That's what I want to know. This shit is real fucking convenient, bitch. They say he's on the run, child. This is not... Okay, gotta go. I'm finna go on Twitter, bitch, and store some shit up. You guys, I was supposed to go on Twitter and let them know, but I was moving so fast that I forgot. I'm sorry. Could somebody please go on Twitter and tell them that we outside? Just so I can tell y'all briefly what happened, because I have to get back in the courtroom really soon. We don't have that much time. You got to try to eat and all that kind of stuff. So y'all can always come back and watch these videos. Always remember and like recap and go over it. In terms of this morning and how I was feeling, I feel like we can talk about
bro,
that later,
the
because
videos
we
we
need to talk
watched
about what
yesterday,
happened
bro,
in
they
court.
straight took all
But I
these
did
videos
post the
down, bro.
screenshots in my story, so you can go through my story and you can see that I was contacted by someone at NBC, I believe, and I will fact check that, but I believe she works for NBC, and she sent me the screenshot of Megan's team, and she literally told me, as you can see in the messages, that, you know, this was sent from Megan's people.
Right,
these are the
bro.
tweets that they reported, but we saw that they were still up, so you didn't violate anything. So you can see that I got a notification that my Twitter was locked up last Wednesday, which was the exact day that they sent that shit in, trying to get my fucking page deleted and trying to silence me, which I feel like says a lot more than anything else. That doesn't matter. Let's talk about the case. Day 6, we come in, and this is before the jury gets to come in. So Justin Ass is still MIA. We don't know where the fuck he is, but the whole get you gotcha is Justin's family is not worried about him. Okay? I don't know why the Shade Room did not update the story. I didn't see it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the Shade Room got a direct message from Alex Spiro. Does no one find it odd? We want to talk about biases. No one finds it odd that Alex Spiro went to what was supposed to be a predominantly black blog to let him know that, oh, well, Justin is missing and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop and all this other bullshit.
Shit.
Y'all don't find it odd? Why are we not giving official statements to official outlets? Because are we listening to bloggers or are we not? Because the Shade Room is a blog, correct? Okay. Well, anyway, a statement was given to the Shade Room, and then fast forward, TMZ updated the story. The family of Justin has not filed a missing persons report, so the LAPD don't need to look for somebody that their family is not even fucking worried about. So let's nip in the bud that Justin is not lost. He's not missing. He just apparently does not want to come and testify. So the prosecution is asking, well, can we maybe bring him in later? Or, you know,
We
can
got
we still
another
try to
one, too.
locate him and shit like that?
Let me
And
see
so
where she at
we'll
in this
see
one.
what the answer is on that. But they wanted to
Oh,
bring
day
up
6 she with
Officer
DJ.
Cabral.
Okay.
Now, Officer Cabral was one of the first
Oh, yeah,
people
we stand on this one.
that came
Right
through
now.
as a witness. And she testified that she was on the scene. She's the one who handcuffed
stand on
Kelsey
this one.
and shit like that. For whatever dumbass reason, the
Yeah, we stand
prosecution
on
wants
this
to
one,
show us
buddy.
footage from 2 different angles, okay? The body cam from her shit and then the body cam from someone else. There were
Yeah,
things
she
that were
really is.
redacted, which I felt like, what the hell is it redacted for? Let us tell everything. But anyway, it was ruled that we can see both of the videos with the redactions. And so, you know, it was about, you know, well, what about when this was said and that was said? And I just feel like that was kind of suppressed. I don't feel like the defense is really getting the opportunity to argue very important things, because, I mean, every time they say something of value, it turns into, well, let's stop that, okay? Hold on. Let me pin this, bitch. Thank you. So, moving
She is on
along.
point.
There was also a concern raised, and it was brought up in court about a juror. If anybody is keeping up with social media, there is someone who came up here last week who went on social media and said, you know, a juror was in an elevator with Tory. And so really people are trying to make something fetch, you know, you're trying to make fetch happen, but it really don't happen. Okay. At the end of the day, these people need to have provisions made. This is a public space, and you might end up on the elevator with somebody. You might end up in a stairwell with somebody. You might end up in the bathroom with somebody. At the end of the day, y'all need to keep them in a particular place. Make sure y'all have cars set up for these people. If y'all don't want any instance of them quite possibly being around particular people, then make sure that they don't. So that's something that the court needs to be paying attention to. Nothing will be found from that, and that is not even something to talk about. I'll let y'all know any updates on that. Next, 11:10, we can finally get started. Kathy Ta calls up Sandra Cabral again, okay? They said, per your initial contact, it's fair to say that everyone was handcuffed, correct? She said yes. They said, were you responsible for handcuffing anyone in particular? She said yes, Kelsey. They asked her about the state of Kelsey at that time. She said that she was distraught and crying and laying down on the ground, facing down. And then they said we got her up, and then we walked her over to the sidewalk.
Then I'm going to say the last.
They said we had everyone exit out of the vehicle, and we patted them down. But because everybody had a particular person, you know, to tend to, my person was Kelsey. So they said, and what about Megan? They said Megan was bleeding and was walked to the ambulance. And they said, did Kelsey try to make contact with Megan? They said yes. That Kelsey was crying, and she said, are you okay? So they get the video queued up, and they pass out these transcripts and the body cam. The footages of the body cam footage. So I just want to make a mental note that Megan is doing a lot of fucking walking. Her ass then walked out the back of the car, backed up, dropped down, got her.
Tomorrow gonna be the last day, hopefully, and then that's when
Eagle on got back up, then they handcuffed her ass, put on the sidewalk. She done got her ass back up, and then walked her to the ambulance. That's a lot for somebody who done got shot, okay, in their feet. Moving along. Kelsey was on the ground crying, and talking about, please don't put your knee in my back, on some George Floyd shit. And then so they helped Kelsey up. They walked her to the sidewalk. I don't know if anybody else heard it, but you know I'm listening. What was said was, are you hurt? Kelsey responded, no ma'am, okay? So he's supposed to have all these goddamn injuries and shit. Kelsey said, no, I'm not hurt. And then at another point, because, you know, the footage kind of jumps a little bit, she said, I'm fine. It comes back in with Kelsey saying, I'm fine. And then she said, Megan, are you okay? And so they said, did you review the footage from the victim walking by? Cabral said, yes. So now we get this second video that is coming from the body cam footage of another officer named Officer Walker. And so in this video, we can see Megan on the ground, and then we see her getting helped up, aided to get walked over to the ambulance. And so at first we weren't hearing a damn thing. The audio was gone, so we was like, child, what is this? But anyway, they said at some point, did you illuminate anything on her, on Kelsey? Now, y'all know illuminate. We're talking about a light. Did you see anything? Like, what's going on? And so they said, yeah, I did illuminate her, and I saw blood dripping down her. Now, did she say chin or leg? Child, what? It had to be the damn leg. They said, while we're viewing the video, I saw what could be an injury in person, because she already testified that Kelsey had no injuries, mind you. Now, Kelsey the one supposed to got hair pulled out her damn head, knocked upside the head, pulled by her goddamn neck like a rag doll, and then tossed her on the side. But she said she didn't have no injuries. But today, after just miraculously looking over goddamn footage, oh yeah, she had some blood dripping down her leg. And so they said in the video, you could hear her saying, Megan, are you okay? And then she said, yeah. And then she said that she was okay. They said, and you saw that the victim was limping and bleeding. She said, yes. They said, would you describe the vehicle as a big vehicle? They said, yeah. They said, with a step rail? She said, I'm not sure about that. So they showed her a video of the vehicle, and they showed her the step rail. It was an Escalade, if anybody wants to go and make reference. So they said, aside from that, if you're a if you're a shorter person, they could stand on that. And, you know, she was implying that, you know, basically, could Tory get up there and do it? And there was an objection, and that objection was sustained, because that's absolutely fucking ridiculous that you would ask a question like that. Kelsey is 4'11". So if we want to play this game of who could have gotten on the step stool or on the step rail, who needed it more? Her or him? Okay. But anyway, they rephrased the question because there was an objection. Could this step elevate a shorter person? Ain't that what the fuck a step does? Yeah, okay. So they showed another video. And in this 2-second video, we see Kelsey's foot. And they said, is this when you saw the blood dripping down? And she said, yes. Okay. And so that was it on their behalf. So cross-examination. George gets up and he says, you know, the people were cuffed and then they were taken to the sidewalk, correct? Yes. They said standing in the cuffs near each other, right? Yeah. They said Tory was next to Kelsey, right? Yeah. They said, and you were with Kelsey, right? Yeah. They said, so you heard the conversation between them. Yeah. She didn't hear it. Officer Cabral says, no, I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying attention to that. They said, but you were brought here to talk about the footage that you went over, correct? She said, yes, but I don't recall that. They said, was there an Officer Walker there? She said, she don't know. They said, you don't know. So, babe, if you're here to go over this footage and you've gone over it, you don't remember nothing but what benefits the prosecution? So they go up to the bench and they talk. When they come back, George says, you reviewed your body cam footage, correct? Yes. They said you looked at 2 different clips. Those are the clips that we watched. She said, yes. They said, and you did that, to be neutral, correct? She said, yes. They said, when you were next to Kelsey, did you hear a conversation between her and Tory? She said, she don't know. They said, did you listen to the body cam footage? Yes. So she said, I listened to it, but I was only paying attention to Kelsey and the victim. They said, did you hear my client ask if Kelsey was okay? They said, no. They said, what about a conversation between them? She said, I don't know. They said, was Tory distraught and upset?
Not be saying, I don't know.
She said she couldn't gauge how Tory felt about anything because Tory had his head down, okay? And she couldn't even corroborate that they had talked. She said, but all of them were right there next to each other. And Kelsey was your person, right? They said, yes, okay? Hold on. Let's get you out of here. Thank you. I had to block some other book. So they said, did you see Tory's head down? She said, yeah. But I couldn't see his expressions. I don't know how, he may have felt. They said, did you hear him talk to Walker or, Kelsey? She said, no. They said, did you speak to prosecutors before this? She said, yeah. They said, were you in any way told about my line of questioning and I may ask you particular things about what you heard? She said, no. He said, are you being honest? She said, yeah. They said, how long were you standing out there on this scene? She said, 20 to 30 minutes. They said, you were on the scene for 20 to 30 minutes and you ain't see nothing that Tory did. You can't corroborate anything as pertains to him. No. They said, did you see my client look upset? No. How about happy? She said, I didn't see. She said, how far apart were Kelsey and Tory, for example? She said, a couple of feet. And they said, and you were in between the 2 of them, correct? Yeah. They said, so you looked at the body cam footage and you standing right there, but you still can't tell us what may have happened or anything about his demeanor. She said, no, I saw him, but his head was down. And then they said, so you never heard him say, Mego, not even Megan, a little nickname he had for her. Mego, you gonna be okay? You never heard him say that? Mego. Objection. Come back. Are you being honest? She says, yes. We done with this shit. Next, we bring in Jody Little. Now, Jody Little was here because she was speaking to the September 14th interview. Because Kelsey went rogue and said, I lied. And they don't want to accept it so bad that they keep pulling this lady in. Now, last week, I thought that she was endearing and I thought that, she was a neutral party, even though I knew what she was arguing. I felt like, cool. That's what she heard. She was present. That's fine. Today, she changed my whole outlook on her, and I was very disturbed by the way that she behaved today, just to say the least. So anyway, the new old witness, Jody Little, come up though. And so they said, Kathy says, did you review a rap song by Kelsey? She said, yeah. They said, this is a song released on November 20th, 2020, right? She said, yeah. They said, is this song called Bustin' Back? She said, yeah. And does it start with who I'm taking shots at? Bitch, I'm busting you. They said, yeah, that's the song. So they pulled up the lyrics. They pull up the lyrics that start with never been a jealous friend. And then the line ends with put a muzzle on your friends. Y'all acting like some crash dummies. So y'all go look at the lines. I believe it's like 1 through 10. But the line that starts with never been jealous and ends with put a muzzle on the bitches. They said, is this the song? She said, yeah. And then they go to the lines, who shot you? And then they said, on that hook, she's like, who shot you? Bitch, I'm busting you. All the bullshit. They said, that's from another verse, correct? She said, yeah. They said, does it appear to be a song against Kelsey? Okay? And so, a song against Megan, I'm sorry. Yeah. So then they go to cross. They said, under cross-examination, you agree that there's more to these lyrics than just, that one line about the hush money and Megan. And they said, yeah. They said, for example, lying to the DA, saying that the chain got snatched, you recognize those lyrics? She said, yes. They said, is there a mention of Desiree Perez? Immediately, this woman's demeanor changes, and the woman that remembered so much, it was crazy to everybody that Kelsey couldn't remember shit, but now she's gotten the same type of amnesia. They said, is there a mention of Desiree Perez in this song? The same song she had to go over again to come up here today.
I'm sorry.
And she said, I have to check. Okay. They said, is there a line about a sex tape that can drop? This woman said that doesn't sound familiar. Now, one of the most damning parts of this song is her saying, Dad said that if I spoke that a sex tape could drop. You lying to the DA saying I took some hush money, got my chain snatched, all these different things, but you just so happen to not remember these things that you went over this morning. So she said that doesn't sound familiar.
Facts.
So now I'm looking at her ass sideways.
Be biased and so she can really be on one side. She could.
Then they show her the lyrics. They said, does it mention Desiree Perez now that you've looked at the lyrics? She said, yes. They said, do you know Desiree Perez? No. They said, is there a threat that Kelsey speaks on? After showing it to her about the sex tape line, she says yes. But there was a lot of blowback. It wasn't a simple answer to the question. It was a lot of, well, I don't know. Let me look. I did bullshit. So they said, did she say we were fighting because you sucked dick behind my back? And she didn't want to answer that. She eventually had to say yes. That man had to ask her two or three times, like, do you remember, like, this line that she was sucking dick behind her back? And so she said, I didn't commit the song to memory. Can I look at the lyrics? Like, we were literally in court with this man asking her about sucking dick. And so they was like, hey, so you see the line about this happening, like, that she was sucking dick behind his back? And she said, yeah. They said, so she called Megan a liar about other things, correct? Okay, this lady is not answering the questions. My face is greasy, but don't mind it. They said, prior to testimony, you work for the DA, right? And you looked at the transcripts, correct? She said, yeah. They said, so you see her calling Megan a liar. She said, I need a line to the song because I don't know what you're talking about. Now she playing crazy. Child, he say, forget it. He done with her. So cross-examination. Here go Kathy. The lie was about the hush money, wasn't it? She said, yes. He got back up and crossed and said, so the only mention of lying was the hush money? She said, yeah. He said, that's it? She ain't answered before. He said, you agree that there are more, lies. She said, well, I can't.
I'll be back, chat. Hold on.
The line.
None of y'all go nowhere.
He showed her the line. Everybody go to line 24 on the damn song. Right. And then they said, yeah, I can see that there are more lies. So, okay, yes. They said, is there any other mention of lying that doesn't say anything about the hush money? And they showed her the lyrics. And then they showed the lyrics 10 through 11. And they said, you agreed that the hush money line is 10 through 11, right? That was a lie. Yeah. They said, okay, let's look at line 24. The line 24 said, are you lying to your label? Do they really know who shot you? They said, do you agree that line 24 is a lie? She said, they said, was there more than one lie?
What did you miss?
It doesn't say anything about hush money, though. It doesn't say anything about hush money. Like, just playing so damn stupid. That's not what that man is asking you, and you know that. Okay. So, like, she was playing stupid. They said, so you spoke with Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly is the witness that's going to tell y'all what he saw. If y'all remember the transcripts that I read from December 2021, you'll recall that he saw a young lady get out of the vehicle from the backseat.
You missed the beginning. We watched day 5. Yeah, we watched day 5 already.
He go to the front seat and commits to whooping that ass. So, they said you...
And I had to go to here because they deleted all the one dude videos.
Spoke with Mr. Kelly, right? Yes. They said, and you're supposed to be neutral, correct? Yes. They said, you know he's an independent witness, and you went after my people, spoke with him, correct? She said, yes. They approached the bench. They come back. They said, Miss Little, thank you. And, we're going to call Mr. Kelly in today, so we may need you to come back. Kathy Todd said, at any point, does Kelsey say that she shot Megan in the record? She says, no. And then cross-examination, George comes back and says, but you remember that, right? And then she said yes. So it was very odd that she remembered particular things. And there's going to be an issue that will be raised. Or the issue was raised, but an objection was called, where what was said was, you awoke to gunshots, right? That is not what Mr. Kelly said. Mr. Kelly says he heard arguing and that he was awoken by the arguing. He went onto his balcony and then he saw certain things take place. There was some, quite possible leading that could have happened, okay? And so that's what they were trying to get at, but it got cut off. And then they said they would like to speak to juror number 39, okay? Juror number 39. And so they stayed behind and we were dismissed for the time being. So when I said it was an explosive morning, I mean it was explosive in the way that this prosecution is looking like, everybody y'all talk to seems to remember everything that benefits you. But when it comes to other people, y'all ass got amnesia. And y'all wanted to give Kelsey so much flack for how she felt and what she said. But she is not the only person. She is not the only person that's gotten on the stand and said, I don't remember. When you have to stop and say, are you being neutral? Because somebody playing in your face, that's an issue in itself. So that is where we are. We will come back from lunch. We will finally, I hope that the defense, I don't even hope they rest their case. I hope they fucking bury it. I am sick and tired of the prosecution. I don't want to see Kathy Todd come up with another human and ask them any damn thing. I want the defense to bring their people up. I want them to answer their questions. And I want to watch the prosecution continue to try to get some water because their asses is drowning just like they've been doing all last week. So we'll talk about that after lunch. Go back and rewatch this. And then that's that, okay? So thank you for checking in with me, and I'll talk to you guys later, all right? Bye. Y'all ready? Let's go get them. I tried to fix the lighting for you guys because I know that it's pretty dark in here. But if I put the shades up, then I'm really gonna look crazy. Cause you know, bitch, I need my filter. Need it, want it, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I'm gonna have it.
They trying to do him wrong.
So yeah, that's what happened. So now you gotta look at me kind of in the dark, but you can still see me, right? I still look sexy. Thank you. You can really see me better, but you know, it is what it is. Add him up during this session. Once a hoopla, bitch. It's a whole bunch of rah-rah shit going on. We waited up in that courtroom. We was supposed to come back from lunch at 1:30. We was up in that courtroom, bitch, from 1:45 to about 2:35, trying to figure out what in the hell is going on around this bitch. What in the fuck is going on? What have I heard? What were the whispers about? We can talk about that at a later time. Because I'm hearing a lot of different things, and I want to put some more context, you know what I'm saying, to those things, and I want it to make sense. Okay? But we'll talk about it. But we had to sit wondering what was going on for like an hour, right? So at about 2:35, the jury comes back. And there was a concern about one of the jurors because someone went on social media, bitch, and said that the juror was in the elevator, you know, with, you know, the defense, maybe some members from the defense in terms of maybe Tory, or I don't know what the fucking story is because I was not on said elevator. So I don't know who was on this elevator, but what I have been told is nothing out of whack took place. No conversation was had. People got on the elevator and got off. To solve that problem, make sure that your jurors have a way to get home. Make sure they have an escort. Bitch, I am in my car. Okay, I just got my hair done. This lighting is real bad.
Oh, fuck. My bad.
And stop interrupting me, nigga.
Oh,
it's
shit.
It's not letting me add him. Had left. So it was just me, Kylie, Megan, and a friend. But they were still in the pool drinking. It was up she was. But that she was just, you know how niggas do, right? So he go put in the motherfucking bed. He said, when I came back down, people had left. So it was just me, Kylie, Megan, and a friend. But they were still in the pool drinking. He said Tory got there probably 30 minutes after Megan called him on FaceTime. She FaceTimed him. They said Corey was sitting up there like, child, are we wrapping up this party or what's going on? Because people are leaving and all this, that, and the third. Okay? I'm going to tell y'all something else and we're going to get there. But EJ said Kylie was excited about Tory coming. That she asked about him a couple of motherfucking times. Anyway, by the time Tory got there, it was just them. So, you know, that everybody was kind of, you know, chilling. They had stopped doing what they was doing. When Tory got there, they started drinking again, okay? They said he got there about 9 to 9:30. Kelsey knocked out sleep. They said when Tory got there, Corey left. Corey. When Tory got there, I blocked AK from the live. Why the fuck would I? No, the fuck I didn't. I would have to go and block him. No, the fuck I didn't. How you gonna tell me what the fuck I did?
Damn,
and stop interrupting me, nigga. It's not letting me add him. You want me to take a screenshot? Bitch, let me end this and come right back. And stop telling me the same shit over and over again before I cuss your ass out too. Hold on.
God damn.
Now if we start over. Damn. Don't keep telling me the same thing, bitch. I'ma block you. That's like tapping me on my shoulder. That shit agitates the fuck out of me. You know damn well I'm looking at the screen and I can see. And bitch, you know damn well I done tried to add him 3 times.
Hey, yo. She look like she like 6.
I'm trying to add you right now.
She look like she like 5'10".
Hey, you see how they trying to play with this fucking lie?
Yeah, I don't know who you done pissed off. They doing
on.
some shit to you right now. They doing some shit to your accounts. That's not.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. That's not Rock Nation tampering right there. Trust me. they started doing some weird shit to me when I was
Hold on,
trying
bro.
to let certain shit be known. So
I'll
I
pull
just
it up
fell
real
back.
quick.
Yeah. So you heard so far what happened. Let me say this real quick. EJ
Yeah.
is on the stand. EJ's on the stand, and EJ has attested to the fact that they had went through about 6 or 7 bottles.
Oh fuck.
Whenever security was not there, they would protect themselves by way of carrying around tasers and mace. And he has seen things that looked like it could have been a handgun.
Okay, listen. Y'all staying here real quick. We ready to listen to this real quick. Hopefully this is it.
Different e-commerce platforms, and none of them were working for me. And this is why I switched to Shopify. When I'm with my family,
So the jail call that Tory Lanez had with Megan Thee Stallion's friend that helped convict him is now leaked. Hey, what's up? I'm A-Dub, and check this out. So Tory Lanez's jail phone call with Megan Thee Stallion's former friend and assistant, Kelsey Harris, has leaked online, allowing the public to hear a key piece of evidence that helped convict the Toronto rapper. Tory, whose real name is Daystar Peterson, was found guilty of shooting Megan in the feet during a drunken dispute in July. 30-year-old was concealed unregistered firearm and as well as deported from Hollywood jail into prosecution in specific.
This is a free call from
All right, here y'all go.
Tory?
An inmate at LAPD jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept the call. To deny this call, thank you for using Telmate.
Hello?
Hey.
Y'all got out safe and everything?
Huh?
Y'all got out and everything y'all good?
Megan's still in the hospital. I'm outside the hospital.
What hospital y'all at?
About what?
You said what?
You're listening to Street TV.
I said Megan's in the hospital still. I'm outside the hospital waiting.
What hospital are you at?
I don't know.
You know what hospital you at?
Let me see. Cedar, something like that. Cedar.
Bro.
Sure.
Regardless, I know she probably never ever gonna talk to me ever again, but bruh, I just want you to know, bruh. Nigga, I was just so fucking drunk, nigga. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, bro. That ass. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, bro. Like that ass, nigga. I'd never do some shit like that, bro. Just that, nigga, I was just so fucking drunk, nigga. I just didn't even understand what the fuck was going on, bro. Like, so whatever, bro. But regardless, that's not gonna make anything right, and that's not gonna make my actions right, bro. But I'm just deeply sorry, bro. I never even moved like that, bro. Like, never moved like that at all, bro. Like, for real, dog.
See, y'all, listen. He said he never moved like that. See, cause they said the girl we be watching said he started some mess up in the car.
I know. There's a lot that happens, but
a whole lot, bro. Like a whole lot, bro. I feel crazy, bro. But in this day, like what happened already, bro. I can't take it back, bro. I'm just telling y'all, I'm sorry, bro. Like
you're listening to Street TV.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Bro. You know what I'm saying? When I got to the house, shorty like all top niggas, they gave me like 5 shots like off the door, like you feel me? So I was out of there, like wasn't in there with niggas, like you feel me? We was taking shots past that time. I wasn't even there with.
But listen, bro. But the girl that we be watching said that he was saying sorry for starting. He was basically Kelsey and Megan was going back and forth. He jumped in, or Kelsey was going back with Megan, or Tory was going back and forth with Megan, and Kelsey jumped in, and he was like, "You take enough of this? She sucking." You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So I don't know, bro. We just got.
Like, bro, I don't even remember what we was even arguing about, bro. Like,
see.
Like,
yeah, no, I didn't even. I was already fucked up by the time you got there, so I don't know how much.
It's like, but tell me what hospital she's in.
You're listening to Street TV.
I just told you, Cedar Medical.
Alright, you ain't got Quan's number, right? You ain't got my security number.
Quan, I do have his number.
Can you call this nigga Quan and tell this nigga, bruh, you get a chance, bro, just figure out what you got to do to bail me out this shit.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm sorry again, bro. Like,
I think honestly, I think we're gonna try to, because obviously, like, the longer you're in there, the more hot it's gonna get. Because you know it's already on. Like, there's no names released yet, but the report is already out. You know.
But like, out is what? What you mean out?
You shot a nigga.
It's on some app. You know, Megan's team is on top of this. So,
Yeah, but like niggas don't. There's no way that Megan's on like the thing.
No, what'd you say?
There's no way that Megan's like on the thing.
You're listening to Street TV.
No. So far, none of that is there. But I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be one of those. If anything, the only nigga that's gonna get this backlash is me. It's not gonna be her. But no,
I'll let you know.
Alright, it is what it is. Regardless if I get out of here today or not, bro, I just wanna let y'all know, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I never did that shit if I wasn't that drunk, bro. Like, you feel me?
Yeah.
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
Get out of here.
You should have kept saying sorry, because they make them.
I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Hello?
The phone call was played during the trial and given to jurors as evidence during their deliberations. According to law and crime reporter Megan Cuniff, the audio was the most important piece of evidence that led to Tory Lanez' conviction.
What was the most significant piece of evidence, you think maybe for this jury, that ultimately said Mr. Peterson committed these crimes? I mean, what was the most significant piece of evidence for you by this verdict?
For me, it was the apology call. And we didn't actually hear a whole lot about that during the trial because I think prosecutors just kind of figured, why bother? I mean, they played it in the opening, they got it in evidence from somebody within the jail, and then it kind of seemed like it was on the defense to try to explain that away. Because while he never mentions a shooting or a gun in the call, the prosecutor even said in his closing argument that he'd gone over it a few times with his co-counsel, and they just can't figure out what else he could be talking about in this call. And they went through it line by line, focused on how he's asking about how Meg's in the hospital. This is his apology call to Kelsey. And we never really seemed to hear much about that from the defense at trial. Like, they really needed to explain what that call was. And it was kind of just left unopened until prosecutors brought it up again in the closing argument, because there was a lot of focus on Kelsey's recant on the stand and then the testimony from the neighbor, and I think all of that was important, but in the end Tory himself provided a ton of evidence for this just through his text messages to Meg and then his phone call to Kelsey.
But what do you think about this leaked jail phone call? Do you think it provides any evidence that Tory did shoot Megan Thee Stallion? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Make sure.
All right, we back here with it.
Before that belonged to Megan, but he cannot confirm. He said I wouldn't touch it or pry because that wasn't my business, and that's basically where we are now. We're at the party, okay. So I'll go back just a little bit. Megan and Kylie are on one end of the pool, and Kelsey is so inebriated that she is passed out on the floaty on the other side of the pool. So EJ goes over and he says, "Look, we need to go upstairs, baby." So she's eyes closed, mumbling, drunk. He walks her, she's stumbling kind of, up to the bed, puts her in the bed so that she can go to sleep. Then he comes back downstairs. More drinking is taking place. They've already gone through about 6 or 7 bottles, but more drinking is taking place. He said that Tory got there after Megan called him on FaceTime. It took 30 minutes for Tory to get there. It took about 30 minutes after she called on FaceTime.
Wait, hold on. So Meg's still drinking? And her friend passed
after
out?
the 6 and 7 bottles, and her friend that she didn't seem to give a fuck about that was floating unconscious over there, yeah, she continued drinking with Kylie while her friend was knocked the fuck out, floating in a body of water.
Told y'all Meg the Liver King, man. Meg could drink Sprite out of me.
Okay. Woo. So, Megan calls Tory on FaceTime, "Hey, come through." About 30 minutes later, he comes through. They said that Corey said, "Are we wrapping this shit up or what's going on?" Because other people had left. So now we all caught up, you guys. By the time Tory got there, EJ says it was just us, and it wasn't that much drinking going on right at that point. They said when Tory got there, and he kind of got more settled in, they started drinking again. So he got there at about 9 to 9:30. Kelsey is still asleep. They said when Tory got there, Corey Gamble left. So they said, EJ said, not they. EJ said Kylie and Megan went to the door, and Megan was twerking for Tory in the doorway. Okay, look at me, shaking that ass. Okay, so bouncing that ass. So they said Tory. Tory comes up obviously. Kylie walks everybody in. He said Tory didn't have no security. The driver stayed in the car. They said Kylie was out of the pool. Megan was out of the pool at the time that he went. EJ went to go check on Kelsey. He came back and Kylie and Tory were in the pool. He said, I don't know where Megan was at that time, but then Megan came back down and then got in the pool. Hold on, bitch. Then Megan came and got back in the pool. And they drank some more, if that's fucking possible. So Megan's wig is slipping at this point. Yeah, it's so much alcohol. So Megan's wig is slipping. So EJ said, I know that Megan hates to have her hair messed up. So I told her, baby, your wig is slipping. So he said that he tried to adjust it. And so when he adjusted it by the side of the pool, Megan swam the fuck off. He trying to tell her it's time to go. But she was like, just basically on some shit, like, just touch it up. And then she literally swam back off. Okay. Okay. She came back, and the wig was in the middle of her motherfucking head. So EJ said, look, girl, let's go to this bathroom, try to fix this wig. He said when they went to the bathroom to try to fix the wig, he said, baby, this wig ain't gonna make it. The wig is fucking done. Let's go. I'll just go pack our bags so we can leave. He said Megan wanted to leave, but she wanted Kelsey and Tory to leave too. The bitch ain't want to leave by herself. She needed them to go. She making it the parents want them to go. They said, this is a question to EJ. Did you see anything in the bags when you packed it? He said no. They said, what did you pack? He said, I packed a Louis V bag and a suitcase. So now these bags that Megan, act like she didn't know who the fuck they belong to, baby, these are your bags, he has confirmed. They said, did you look in the bag?
See?
No. Did you see anything inside the bags that looked like maybe a taser or a gun? No. They said, did you state that you saw a firearm that could have been in her bag previously, like in life in general? He said, yeah. I'm sorry. He said, yeah. They said, did you look in her bag this time? He said, I just packed the bags and put them in my car. Now we got EJ has packed the bags. He said, when I put the bags in my car, I went and told Megan, let's go. The bags are in the car. He said Megan was hesitant to leave, and she kept on asking for Tory and Kelsey. He said she was drunk and aggressive. He said, at this point, I am ready to go home, and so I offered to take her home, but she wanted to leave with Tory. He said, I never left them anywhere. If they roll with me, I make sure they get back how they came. He said, so when she asked me to put the shit in Tory's car, I asked her twice, are you sure? And she said, yeah, put it in that car. He said, so I told Kelsey this what she want to do, and we put the bags in Tory's car. He said, I told the driver, can you open the trunk? And I put the shit in. We put the shit in the trunk. He said, I went back inside and told Megan the bags are in Tory's car. He said Megan was irritated at that point, but that Kelsey and Megan got in the car, and he got in his car. And he said, I pulled out behind them. And I said, text me when you get home. So now we have somebody else corroborating that she did leave that residence the first time with Quan and Kelsey. And it was just those three. He said, if someone said that you weren't there when they left, at the time that they left, would that be true? He said, no. This is a direct shot at Megan, who made those claims. She rolled with Tory because EJ was gone. That is not true, because EJ packed your ass up and made sure that you were in the car. Okay? EJ said, it actually irritates me that someone would say that I left, because I would never do that. Came with me, you leave with me. He only moved the bags because that's what she wanted to do. And he don't leave bitches behind that he fucked with. He said, so that made him very irritated. Okay? He said, so I knew that once Megan had made a sly remark that it was time to go. He said, I've been knowing Kylie. He said, I even hit T. Ferris up via text and told him it's time for us to go. He said, when Megan made a sly remark to Kylie, I was already on alert. Huh?
What was the remark?
You want me to jump to the remark? He ain't said at that point.
Keep it going as long as you got it. Go ahead.
Hell yeah, I got it. So, he said, look, I was on my toes because Megan went from fun to being irritated. So they switched gears a little bit. They said, when you met Tory? He said, I met him at a Rock Nation brunch. And he said, get into this. Tory would come over to Megan's house. I would drop Megan off at Tory's house. And I ain't never seen him with no gun. He said he didn't seen Tory about 10 fucking times. He said that Megan went on trips with Tory. We'll get there. Anyway, while she up here playing, like she ain't over there sucking and fucking, but regardless. He said, I've dropped Megan with
Vacations?
Vacations. They was caked up.
Damn, I dropped my thing.
Was they in love,
Hey, I think she had some feelings. She didn't like how Kylie was pressing up type shit. But go ahead, girl.
She didn't, bro.
Now,
She was doing stuff.
Now, this is good. Hey.
Okay.
Hey, all my chat niggas in here, man. Yo, y'all run up her Cashapp, man. That's mob rated down there, man. Y'all show us
good looks, bro.
You know what I mean? This beautiful queen has gotten us all the info and held us down for a whole week. She's been doing the God's work. Come on now.
So thank you. So he said, I've dropped Megan with Tory, and I wasn't worried about it because we spent damn near all of quarantine with him. And he said Megan has gone on trips with him, and she has met with Tory without security. So remember, I think it was you. Was it you that said that? Yeah, she been linking up without her team knowing. All right.
Behind their back.
Let's get into it. So EJ says yes. They went on trips together. She has been around him without security. I never thought nothing of it. He even said, before I knew Tory, I thought he was an asshole. He said, but during quarantine, when I got to know him, he was cool. He changed his mind on him. So he said, I have not seen Tory since that night at Kylie's house. So now we get back to the security talk. They said, has there ever been a time where you've seen a handgun in Megan's bags? He said, no. He said, I just packed the bags, though. I just throw shit on top of her bags. He said, were there weapons in the bags? This still defense. He said, I don't know, because I just put the shit on top. So now we go to cross-examination. They said, let's go back to July 11th. They said, do you recall the start of that day? EJ said, yeah. I picked Megan and Kelsey up at the same location at about 1 p.m. And we went straight to Kylie's home. They said that afternoon, did you see those two with the gun? He said, no. He said, who was there?
It is all
he
over
said,
the place,
Kylie,
bro.
Corey, some of Kylie friends, and security. And they said, where was Kylie house at? He said, I don't know the address, but it's near the Beverly Hills Canyon, near the LA Basin. He said Megan was near Runyon Canyon at the top of the hill. So it took maybe 15 to 20 minutes to get to her house. And it was like, oh, so that's quick in LA. And they had a little chuckle about how fast that was. So they said, did more people come at any point in the night? And he said about an hour after we had been there, a white man came with Odell Beckham.
Yo.
And that's his thing? Yeah, Odell Beckham Jr., the football player, the little pretty ass one. Him. Yeah. He said about an hour or so later, here come Odell Beckham and a damn white man. He said, so about how many people, EJ didn't know his name, how many people was at the house at that point? He said it was probably about 4:15, and it was about 10 or 12 people at that point. And so he said the reason I know that it probably was around that time is because when we got in the pool, the sun was setting. He said, so I'm basing it off of, how the weather was, like what it was looking like outside. So he said the party was drinking. No, I'm sorry. He said, who was drinking at the party? Everybody was drinking? He said everybody but me, Odell, and his friend was drinking. So the prosecutor, Bot, was like, you would say that Odell Beckham is a big guy, right? And I think that he was about to get into the 6 or 7 bottles that then got chugged a little. And so he was like, well, hold on now. He said me and Odell actually had a little combo real quick because me and Odell don't drink. He said, so me, Odell, and one more person wasn't drinking that night. So exclude us from the group of people that went through them 6 or 7 bottles. So they had to throw that shit out the window because prosecution looked like that. Yo, y'all do the math in the motherfucking chat. So they said, so how many people was drinking the goddamn liquor? They said about 8 people. About 8 people went through about 6 or 7 motherfucking bottles, basically. That's what we said.
Yo, Meg killed 3 bottles of Henny by herself? We might have to give her an award.
trophies.
Yeah, X sometimes they make me mad too.
Playing beer pong. Everybody playing beer pong. They said, did Megan make some food? Here we go with this cheap ass nigga meal. He say, yeah. She went in there to go make some tacos. They said tacos or nachos. People, it gets worse. The bitch didn't even have Rotel and Velveeta. He said no. Megan made tacos. He said, but we never ate them because Megan's ass was too worried about coming outside the party. He said Megan was supposed to go in and make that motherfucking ground beef and put it in them damn shells, but she could not stand the fact that everybody was having a good time. So she said, fuck the tacos. These hoes ain't even ate. So then they said Kelsey passed out about a few hours into the party. He said, so everybody was just talking and drinking, right? And then so EJ was like, yeah. He said, were they bragging about having a gun? He said, no.
Well, she really
they said,
is,
what
so
time
like
did Kelsey pass out? He said, probably around 6:30, 7 o'clock.
She like 6
He said, so Kelsey passed out. Was she drunk? And he said, hell yeah, like she was drunk. I had to go put her in the bed. And he said that Kelsey and Kylie actually hit it off because Kelsey a party starter. They said she like a little Tasmanian devil. He said she's short, she wild, and she the life of the party. She's a happy drunk. They say, you know, but she got a lot of bark. But that night she was in a great space. He said, have you ever seen Kelsey bite? And he said, no. All she do is go to sleep. Okay? He said, I've never seen Kelsey get physical. He said she was passed out on the raft. That's how he was describing the floating. She was passed out on the raft, and he said, I walked over there, and I told her we need to go get in the bed. He said it was a long walk. I had to help her. Her eyes was closed, and she was mumbling and shit. They asked him to describe the room that Kylie had for them. And you know this a rich-ass bitch. He said the room that Kylie gave us was on the far left side of the damn house. And the room had a bed, a patio, and a damn living room. So basically, Kylie gave them a motherfucking apartment. Basically. Huh?
A big-ass suite.
Hell yeah, that's a suite, nigga. So I said, well, damn, bitch, can I come swim? So anyway, he said, I put Kelsey in the bed, and she had on a swimsuit. He said, so when Kelsey woke up, she was more aware, and she put on some dry clothes. He said Kelsey was probably asleep like about an hour and a half, 2 hours. He said, so that's when everybody got back in the pool. He said, was Tory there at that point? He said, yeah. He said, Tory came along. He said, and I knew him enough to say that he was familiar, but as a gay man, I just let Megan go be with her people. He said, when I would drop Megan off the Tory house, I'd just drop her off. He said, I've never been in Tory's car. He said, I went in Tory's house one time real quick because Megan wanted to take a picture. He said, but whenever I would go over there, either I was dropping off Megan or I was dropping off Megan and Munchie. I would not go in. And, you know, Munchie has been mentioned in some songs and shit like that. And she does still follow Tory, in case y'all didn't know. But, yeah, he said I would never go in. So then the prosecutor going to try to slip it in, talking about, so you didn't know him well. He said, you know, I was familiar with him. And, you know, he said me and T. Ferris and Justin felt comfortable with Megan going with Tory. He said those three people felt comfortable. And they left that there. Then we get into the scene again. He says it was Kelsey, Tory, Megan, and Kylie in the pool. They said that Megan was happy to see Tory and that Kylie was excited. They said she even asked a few times, hey, is Tory coming? And so EJ said, but for me, I know Megan's tipping point. So by the time Tory got there, he just personally felt like no more drinking needed to happen. They've already been drinking all damn day, killed all these bottles. He just felt like, I can see this
take 5 bottles.
Yeah, 6 to 7. So he was like, you know, And then he said, so with the wig situation and the alcohol situation, he felt like these are 2 reasons why we need to get the fuck up out of here. He said, I packed the bags after trying to fix her hair in the bathroom. He said the suitcase was closed. The duffel bag was already open when I went to go put items in it. They said, what were the items that you put in it? He said, I put a change of clothes for Megan and Kelsey in a bag, and we were thinking about going somewhere else after that. So I had 2 other options that I laid down on the bed. He said, the LV bag, the one Megan act like, I got a lot of bags. He said the LV bag had a lot of shit in it. That was her bag. He said, I do not pack up Kelsey's stuff because Kelsey is the assistant. He said, but I did do it that time because all that shit was kind of together. It was all out. He just put it in the goddamn bag. They said, did you pack a gun? He said, no. He said, did you ever see a gun? He said, I don't recall. Okay. He said, have you ever seen Kelsey with a gun? No. Have you ever seen Megan or Kelsey with a gun? Did you see him with a gun that night? He said, no. So they said, without security, you say that you have a taser and mace, and you never seen her with a gun. Now get this. EJ said, not on her person. He said, well, what about in her stuff? He said, I've seen stuff like that in her bag. He said, all I would ever do is put things over it. He said, I will put items over what was in her bag. EJ said, I don't go through people's stuff. I'm not sifting through anything. I put shit in the bag. Done. Okay? He said, would Megan ever talk about the taser when y'all was out? Like, oh, I got a taser, bragging about it? He said, no. They said, maybe from time to time, did she bring this up? He said, no. And he said, honestly, we were rarely without security, and we've never been in a situation to have to use it. So, you know, it ain't nothing that even came up. It ain't nothing to discuss. And so, now we get to the sly comment. He said, you said Megan made a sly comment. What was the comment? The comment was, he said, Kelsey told Kylie, you're really fun. You a vibe. And Megan said, shit, I'm glad because I thought you was a lame. To Kylie motherfucking Jenner, bitch. He said, Kylie laughed it off. EJ say, but that's when my antennas went up. And I said, bitch, we need to get the fuck up out of here. Okay? Imagine sitting in Kylie big-ass motherfucking house in her pool, drinking up all her liquor and fucking up some hamburger meat, leaving a pot on the stove full of grease. Talking about, I thought you was lame. Bitch, I thought you was poor. Bitch, Kylie, you should have tagged that hoe. I thought a hoe in my pool who nigga was checking for me said something. But anyway, okay, bitch, what? So anyway, he said Kylie laughed it off, but he knew, nah, we need to get the fuck out of here. They said, so you moved the bags. He said, yeah. They said, what was the driver? He said, in the driver's seat. They said, do you know him? He said, no. He said, Tory would drop her off and pick her up and shit. I ain't got to meet all these goddamn people. They said, did the driver ever come in the house? He said, no. They said, did you ever talk to the driver? He said, I talked to him 2 times. When I asked him to open the trunk, to let me put the shit in the trunk, and when he was about to take Megan and them home, like on some, you know, deuces type shit. They said, did you look through the car when you put the shit in the car? He said, no. They said, if he had a gun in the center console, you wouldn't know, huh? He said, no, I wouldn't know. I ain't looking at that car. I know what they had.
Real
he
shit.
said, Megan, Kelsey, and the driver leave in a swimsuit. Kelsey had put on a shirt. They said, did you see them with a gun? He said, no. They said, did you see Kelsey with a gun tucked into her bikini bottom? He said, no. He said, in your experience with other celebrities, do security guards carry guns? They objected. They come back to when Kelsey left the first time, how was she? EJ said she was faded, but she was more coherent than Megan. He said, for example, if I told Kelsey, come on, let's get in the car, Kelsey, after she done woke up after being drunk, got in the car. He said Megan ain't following no instructions. That's how fucked up she is.
Because, bro, she aggressive.
They said, you said that Megan handled her liquor well. Didn't you tell us that earlier? He said, yeah, Megan handles her liquor well. I didn't have to walk her to the car or nothing. He said, but Megan was loud and aggressive. And then he made a very important statement. He said Megan had no shoes on. So when we're thinking about ways that bitches could have got injured, he said Megan did not have any shoes on at the time. He said Kelsey did because she was more prepared to leave. Remember, Megan didn't want to go. So she's in the pool. He said,
so she was just bare hoofing it, right? The hoofs were out.
You said bare hoofing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So they said Megan left with the driver and he followed. He said the only time he ever saw Kelsey after that was at a concert, and they had a quick little, hey, how you doing type of situation, and moved on. He was working at the time. Nothing serious, nothing deep. And he's only seen Megan at events since then. Okay. Let's go back to the redirect. So now we got the defense speaking with him. They said, you said that you don't pack Kelsey's stuff up, right? He said, right. They said, so you don't know what Kelsey had in her bag? He said, no. He said, did Tory have guns in the trunk? He said, no. They said, did Tory have a gun on him in his swim trunks? EJ said Tory had on his drawers. He said, no, his swim trunks. He said, no, Tory had on his drawers.
Wait, hold on. What?
He said Tory did not have on swim trunks. If Tory would have had some on his body, he would have seen it, because he said Tory had his drawers on, his boxers, dick print all the fuck out. Okay, he didn't have on no damn swim trunk. Maybe he put them back on, but when they got back in the car. But he had on his fucking drawers. Okay, he didn't strip down to the drawers. So they had a little laugh about that in the courtroom. They said, do you know what was in the bag? He said, I only know what I put in the duffel bag. I don't know nothing else that was packed in that hoe. He said, Jaquan, is that Tory regular security? He said, I've seen Tory's regular security. That wasn't him. Jaquan is not his regular security. And so he said that Kelsey was drunk before she went to sleep. And when she woke up, she was still drinking, but he felt like she was just more coherent. He said Megan is a different person when she gets past a certain threshold.
That's what Moneybag Yo said too.
And he said, I quote, Megan is a different person when she's past faded. They said, was she past faded that night? He said, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
5 bottles of Hennessy will do it to you.
6 or 7.
It might do it
Plus
to you.
more, okay? So then they bring up the evidence photos that show us the vehicle so we can see the luggage and the Louis V bags. They said, EJ, is this the luggage that you put in the car? He said, yes. He said, is this the LV bag that you put in the car? He said, yes. Now get into this shit. He said, and let me tell you, the bags were in the behind the driver's seat. So, where people sit on the second row, that's where the bags were. They asked EJ, is that where you put that luggage? EJ said no. He said, so the luggage has been moved. EJ said yes. EJ said, I put the bags in the trunk. They said, did you put these bags in the back seat of the car? He said, no, I put them in the trunk. They said, about how many times have you seen Tory? He said, probably about 10 times. They said, have you ever seen Tory with a gun? No. Have you ever seen Tory talk about a gun? No. They said, has Megan ever told you that he carries a gun? He said, no. Now we got a recross. So we got the other side, you guys. They said Megan took, security for armed protection, right? He said, I don't know. They had an objection. Move on. They said, have you ever looked through Tory and Jaquan's items? Did you look through them in the car? He said, no. They said, did you feel safe with Tory having been with Megan? He said, yeah. They said, did you feel it safe having Tory around Megan as you would feel with Kelsey around Megan? He said, yes. And to me, that says a lot because Kelsey is like a sister to her. This is her best friend. This is her assistant. This person has a lot of trust. So if EJ gonna say, me, Justin, and Ferris trusted Tory with her, even without security, to me, that says a lot.
Yeah.
They said, have you ever seen him with a gun or talk about a gun? He said no. The prosecutor had the nerve to say, have you seen Tory's gun tattoo? He said, child, no. There was an audible, nigga, what? It was like are you fucking dumb? Like, what kind of dumbass question is this? Yeah. Desperate as fuck. Like, what? So, they said to EJ, did you ever see what happened after they left? He said no. Okay. He said, one more question. Have you ever seen Kelsey and Megan fight over a man? He said no. He said, you ever seen them, like, get bucked up pretty much? He was like, no. Okay. After that, that was it. We came in so late, we only had about 2 hours, but they did finish. EJ was dismissed for the day. I appreciate him so much because he did not waste our time. Right. He got straight to it. He felt like the most honest person so far. No fluff. Just, here you go, you guys, and let me get out of here. There was an issue about a motion filed about some, or a motion they wanted to file based on some information they've been having. So they called that out and said, y'all been knowing that shit. Y'all been knowing that shit, so why y'all bringing it now? Like, y'all on some fugazi shit. And so y'all deal with that. They tried to add a bribery charge. The judge said no. They tried to add a bribery charge based on testimony that Tory had allegedly hit up Kelsey about this fucking $1 million. They denied it. That shit was denied like a motherfucker. They brought in Mr. Kelly, who's a witness, and Detective Sogner, who's a witness, and another police officer, Officer Diaz, and they ordered them back to court tomorrow. So hopefully we can get through all those people tomorrow. He said hopefully by Thursday we're hearing closing arguments. They
59 views.
want this shit wrapped up Wednesday or Thursday. They want this shit wrapped up. And so, that was court today. That's what happened.
Hey, I know this was earlier in the day, right? With the detectives that took the stand. And I watched you talk about it before, and I watched Lawyer for Workers talk about it. Mm-hmm. It seemed like the DA at this point is just like, yo, they feel so upset that Kelsey didn't say what they want to say. They're like, yo, Tory's cheating, so we gonna cheat too. Okay, we're gonna just bring people on the stand that's only gonna remember what we want them to do. Right?
That's how it felt.
Right, because that's what happened with the cops, ain't it? Because the motherfucker who had Kelsey handcuffed but don't remember nothing about Tory, that would be anything that showed that he might be, okay, he's concerned, maybe he's looking like somebody who's a human. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They look like just desperation day. Then they try to throw a bribery charge the last minute.
Like, what the fuck are you doing? And they told him, like, we're not doing this last minute. No bribery charge for you.
What was your overall thoughts about the whole day?
Another win for the defense. I mean, we continue to paint the picture that, babe. For now, bags have been moved. So it's possible that somebody went into these bags. What did y'all need to move the bags for, and when would you have had time? So I'm thinking that maybe the bags got moved on their way back up there. Because at this rate, I mean, what the hell you moved the bag for? Did you try to get in it? Were you trying to get something out of it? Like, what's up? What was the plan? I'm not understanding that. Like I said, EJ was the most level-headed. So I appreciated him and his testimony. I think that he was honest.
Did they ever get into his relationship with Meg currently?
No.
Or maybe what happened? No.
They didn't get into anything of that nature. No questions about why you're no longer
things
with
of
her.
That nature.
I was wondering if they would bring up the incident that we heard about on social media with Megan and JT approaching him in an aggressive way. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Wait, break it down.
Wait, what?
There was a situation where EJ was at a party, and he had gone on social media and just said that he was owed money from Megan. This after he stopped working with her. So when they got to the party, Megan, per how it was described, charged him up on some aggressive shit. And that JT came up to defend her and was pressing him as well, as a grown-ass man. Now, had he hauled off and knocked out both of their asses, it would have been a problem. But y'all up here addressing grown-ass men like them not niggas. Another conversation for another day. But, yeah, it wasn't. And then JT's stance was, well, I don't feel like he should have went to social media about it. She didn't like that he did that. And it's something that kind of tapered off by the wayside. But I was thinking, that they would bring that up because it speaks to the damn aggression and how she be acting. When he's sitting up here saying that she gets aggressive when she gets past faded, I wish that they would have dove into that. Now, when you say aggressive, what is she doing? First. And this ain't no little bitch. So when we talking about a bitch that's almost 6 feet and not even thin, we have a very curvy, well, not necessarily curvy, but a thick, heavy, a solid. Yeah. This a different type of motherfucking aggression.
Hey, so you said one instance of like, that maybe that passive.
Yeah, not necessarily curvy, but aggressive. What is she doing? How she be acting? And then JT's stance was off and knocked out both of them. I was wondering if they would bring up the incident that we heard about on social media with Megan and JT approaching him in an aggressive way. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Wait, break it down.
There was a situation where EJ was at a party, and he had gone on social media and just said that he was owed money from Megan. This after he stopped working with her. So when they got to the party, Megan, per how it was described, charged him up on some aggressive shit. And that JT came up to defend her and was pressing him as well, as a grown-ass man. Now, had he hauled off and knocked out both of their asses, it would have been a problem. But y'all up here addressing grown-ass men like them not niggas. Another conversation for another day. But, yeah, it wasn't. And then JT's stance was, well, I don't feel like he should have went to social media about it. She didn't like that he did that. And it's something that kind of tapered off by the wayside. But I was thinking, that they would bring that up because it speaks to the damn aggression and how she be acting. When he's sitting up here saying that she gets aggressive when she gets past faded, I wish that they would have dove into that. Now, when you say aggressive, what is she doing? And this ain't no little bitch. So when we talking about a bitch that's almost 6 feet and not even thin, we have a very curvy, well, not necessarily curvy, but a thick, heavy, a solid.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. This a different type of motherfucking aggression.
Hey, so you said one instance of like, you know, that maybe that passive, like everybody knows. If you drink, you know, I drink all the time. You know, somebody's usually past that limit or past the point where they lose social perceptiveness when they say something and you know it's wild disrespectful.
Yo, she tall, bro.
If they weren't that drunk,
60 views,
even if they were trying to say it, they were saying it in a cooler way. When you say some shit like, damn, I thought you was a lame bitch. Like, come on now.
It's time to go.
Like
she just got that demeanor, bro.
You look
like,
at her like, yo, why would you say it like that? You know what I mean?
That's how he described it too. He said, I've been knowing Kylie, and I just feel like at that point, no. He said she did laugh it off, but I was like, no, it's time to go. And he texted T. Ferris and said, it's time for us to go. I guess trying to maybe get him to reach out to Megan and say, come on, let's go.
Share the live, share my YouTube, sub up.
From multiple stories and sources that I've heard, there was a lot of those type comments. And by the way, I think, you know, obviously Kylie's not going to testify, so we're not going to figure out like what her opinion is on everything.
Right.
I think those type comments, though, I think that's why, you know, Kylie obviously eventually kicked her out and probably don't fuck with her now.
Exactly. Because what did she say when she went back? And because EJ, you know, he didn't speak to that. What is this incident that took place that led to Kylie saying, get the fuck out of here?
I wish they had asked EJ, at least, you know, in his own opinion, if she felt like Meg was getting more aggressive, not only with more alcohol that she was drinking. She on a fifth bottle, but maybe she was also getting a little bit more aggressive after watching, you know, Tory and Kylie interact. You know, so she's
fucking the nigga, and you feeling the nigga so much that you getting dropped off, he picking you up, and you done told your best friend, stop fucking with him, I might have to work with him again on some lying ass shit, and that nigga sitting up there in his motherfucking drawers, dick print out, flirting with a bitch, you ain't gonna be mad? No, Tory was gonna get up out that pool. Nigga, what the fuck? I would press that. The fuck is you doing? So it's logical.
Hey,
I don't know.
By the way, I think EJ's testimony, remember when Meg admitted that she fucked Tory, right?
Yeah.
Then she was downplaying it. Like, they were like, oh, we're in like a relationship. She was like, oh hell no. Like, that's like basically kind of like just making it seem like it was nothing. Like, they just had a sexual, you know, situation, but nothing more than that.
Right.
Hearing from EJ, it seems like not only was this shit frequent, you're not taking your fuck buddy on vacations. You feel me? Like, you know what I mean? If this is some shit you do, like when you extra bored, y'all not going on vacations. Right. Y'all not spending that much time together, right? Because Meg downplayed all the time they spent together.
Definitely did. And downplayed him and Kelsey's relationship, knowing that she hooked them up. But yes.
Yeah, it all plays into the mentality of why you would be frustrated and upset when you see the nigga trying to do some shit or trying to act a little bit extra with another girl.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. You fuck with me the long way. So what's up?
Yeah.
And it felt so comfortable having her stylist and shit drop her off and he picking up because she knew Kelsey wasn't in town. How low you gotta be? You know what you headed over there for. Bitch, you headed over there to get fucked and you knew that shit. And you never said a word to Kelsey.
I ain't gonna lie. Again, I know her character and her morals ain't up. That's not on trial, but you got to think about it. And I think on Friday they actually detailed it. I had heard the same thing too. Tory and Kelsey are fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey catches COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey goes back to Houston. Mm-hmm. Meg slide right in there.
Yeah.
Fucking her while her friend is at home, can't smell, can't taste, on bed rest.
Kelsey could have died. Niggas was dying from COVID every hour. And she was it.
Meg over here, she slide in instantly. She don't give two fucks. You know what I mean? So now it's putting it into perspective, like the character, and especially when you hear this ain't the first time this type of behavior is happening. It's a couple of niggas that has happened with.
Yeah. I'm gonna come on now.
Yo.
A
hey,
fucking mess.
This damn prosecutor is trying. They know that they're about to look embarrassed.
Yeah.
You were in court. Did you feel like at any point they did something like, and I'm talking about the prosecutor, and you're like, damn, okay, that point hit home, or like, okay, that's a good point you made right there, because it seems like they're on desperation time and they need to score points. They need to score some type of points.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. The answer to that question is absolutely the fuck not. And actually, to me, there was a defeated tone today. You know, I feel like the guy, not Kathy, she always feel like she got to stick up her ass. Yeah. I call him a little Ken doll. He always getting up smiling and conveying his points. He may, have his little moments, but he was trying to keep it level. Today it was real. So what about this? It wasn't too many questions. It wasn't too much to get into. It seemed like, a balloon that was almost out of air. When a helium balloon, you get to that point where you throw it up in the air. Y'all play like fake volleyball with it a little bit, then you just start sucking the air out of that bitch and talking funny. He was about talking funny.
Hey, yo.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, why Thursday? I thought it would have probably wrapped by tomorrow. Maybe, I thought Wednesday where the jury.
Well, Justin has gone MIA. They want more time to try to locate him.
That nigga in Qatar.
Yeah. And the LAPD said they're not searching for him. So,
is it possible they will? I mean, I've never heard this, but maybe delay the trial a little bit to see if they could get a hold of him.
The suggestion that I heard was, see if you can find him to bring him in. If you can't, then we're gonna proceed. If you can find him before we're done with everything, maybe we'll let y'all speak to him before we close. So I think he's staying for Qatar, and I think he's gonna wait till the shit is over and then pop up.
Let me ask. So I have a theory about why I think he's not trying to be a part of this. What you think? Because that's not Tory's witness.
Right.
That is the witness, the prosecutor. He's the bodyguard. Remember, he came out all tough too when he said, "Yo, if Meg was with me, this wouldn't have happened."
Yeah. That's what he said.
It does happen. He said, "If Meg was with me," that's when we realized, wait, she wasn't with her bodyguard.
Right.
Why do you think this nigga has gone ghost, or is it just bad scheduling? But he knew this trial was coming up for a long time.
No. He knew. I think that two things. I think that he did not want to perjure himself. I think that with Kelsey going rogue, everything would have been cool if everybody would have stayed on the script. Now that shit ain't going the way people thought, maybe. Obviously, I'm speculating, but maybe he felt like, bitch, I'm not gonna get up there and get up in this shit show. Number two, I don't know if he would have been prepared for questions about them sleeping together, because I would have asked. I would have asked him if he was on cocaine, because there's a live video where it sounds like somebody said he's gone off a bump. That's what it sounded like. Yes, there's a video of them on live in the pool, and Justin was gone off his ass. I don't know what the fuck he was on, but they're in the pool, and he pulls out a gun in the pool. You haven't seen the bodyguard pulled out a gun in the pool with Megan and the people in the pool. And it sounded like they said he was gone off a bump, but I cannot verify that. But that's what it sounded like to me. And then he had the gun, and they laughed about it. When Megan started seeing some comments, she switched up her tempo and acted like, "Well, we don't play around guns, y'all handle that type shit." But they actually found it funny. He got the gun like it's a phone. He got the gun on his chest. Now, this is the girl who just said she was shot. She's so damn traumatized.
This is after she was allegedly shot.
Yes, this is after this. And there was also, in that same instance, that boy was so close to her face, he could have kissed her. She said, "For me, Justin," looking up at him, while his girlfriend is in the back of the pool. The girlfriend was supposed to be the damn dancer. The girlfriend in the back of the pool scared to charge up her damn boss, because, bitch, I would have lost my motherfucking job, and I would have slapped that nigga. That nigga was standing over her. Look, that nigga could have kissed her in her fucking mouth. He looking down on her. She looking up at that nigga. Yeah. I
definitely seen a picture where they're like wearing some matching outfit. I'm like,
fuck is that about?
Like, that's how the security's giving it up now?
Security. What's the hell going on over here?
Why? Oh, no.
So I don't think he was prepared for the line of questioning, and I don't think he wanted to perjure himself. Those are the two reasons why I don't think that he showed the fuck up.
Okay, and obviously we're getting into speculations here, just to be very clear, but we all know Rock Nation got a horse in the race. I mean, all pun intended, right? They want Meg story to be verified, and they want Tory to go to jail.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how, I feel like they're trying to pull some strings. I'm wondering what the fuck they're doing about this Justin dude, because here's my theory on Justin. Now that Kelsey's like testimony like backfired on the prosecutor, which I never heard this before. But they're saying that Justin heard Tory confess.
Yes, there's the allegation that the next day, and this is what I don't like. And let me bring this up. Kelsey goes to the hospital and is left outside. She's wondering what's going on with her best friend, and they say, well, she got glass in her foot. She might be out for a year. You gonna need to go home. They book her a flight for within the next 2 hours. She said, I need more time than that. They said, okay, let us know. Kelsey is down and out. She didn't gave up her apartment and came to LA because Megan said, we finna get a house. Get rid of the apartment. So all she got is her luggage and her purse that she didn't brought out here. It was okay for Megan, who still had a team, to send Justin to Tory's house the next day to go get her shit. But everybody want to look at Kelsey crazy because she gave up the address for her hotel so she could get her shit. That's fucked up to me, but that's a sidebar. Anyway, Justin says that the next day after everything happened, which would have been like the 13th, he went to where Tory was staying to go get Megan's things that had been left in the car. Things that I felt like she could have fucking replaced. What you need out of shit for? This is bullshit. But anyway, he went to go get it. He claims, per their, recount, that Tory told Justin, I shot Megan. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Now, why the fuck would he tell him that he ain't told nobody else this shit, but he confessed to you and you ain't got to know nothing? And why you ain't whoop his ass? If you all on Instagram playing tough, and she gonna be with a nigga that ain't finna be around no niggas that shoot at feet, then you was supposed to handle that shit when you pulled up the nigga. That's what you was supposed to do. Fuck all them damn bags, nigga. What you did, but you ain't do that. You went and got them bags like a pussy little bitch, put that shit in your car, and went on about your damn business. That's what you did.
It's starting to sound like that nigga Tory never said that to him.
Come on now.
And that was some shit he was gonna go with. But now, if everybody else ain't lying the way they need to lie to get this conviction, why the hell would? Because he'll become the new star witness. This should be the first time nobody said they seen Tory do it, right?
Yeah.
Now he would be the first nigga who said,
shit.
I heard Tory tell me he didn't.
Why ain't say Cam?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Did they say anything about the bribery charges possibly coming later?
True.
I don't believe so because it was denied. The judge outright denied it.
Yeah, but they're trying to add it to this case in this trial.
Yeah. You mean down the line? They did not say. They say if they have future plans past this. No, they're trying to add it on to now.
That was Kathy. That was up there talking that bullshit. Talking about Kathy. Kathy mad, huh?
She hot in the fucker.
Jesus Christ. Damn. Wow.
Their shit.
Hey, it's interesting that because I think the prosecutors are playing their cards. They're now I think they're doing these things to try to paint the image and narrative that, if we lose or looking like we're about to lose, Tory's getting away on some OJ shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? Like he rigged the shit somehow. And it don't really look like they're just trying to hold a fair trial. It look like they're taking it personal.
Yeah. That's how it seems to me. I mean, what the hell is going on? And I think that they made themselves look like fools today. Them and that young lady that got up there that acted like she didn't remember a damn thing today. And that police officer. You were standing right the fuck there. And you ain't never pay attention to him. 20 or 30 minutes you stood in between him and Kelsey, who are feet away from you. You never heard nothing. And you just went over this fucking record. And you don't know what Kelsey said. It was bullshit. And it made them look crazy.
Wow. No, completely. What else happened during the day that you feel like we should probably know? Like how was everybody's demeanor? And hold on, when did that whole thing with the Tory was in? Because they're making it seem like he was alone in the elevator with a juror.
Yeah, allegedly last week he was on the elevator and one of the jurors was on the elevator, so they was trying to make a deal out of it. But when we came back, she was still in the stand. She was still in the jury pool. So obviously they kept their ass. I don't know if they're gonna talk to her some more or see what the hell going on. There was another situation where a juror claimed they got to go to the doctor 2 days in a row at 10 o'clock a.m. That's a motherfucking lie. And who in the fuck ever got a doctor's appointment for Wednesday and Tuesday, Wednesday at 10 o'clock at the same damn time too? That whole line. So they was like, well, what you want to do about that? And they was like, well, let's just see how shit go, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You know, but maybe we can see if she can just not go see these appointments and sit here to do this shit so we can leave. Like, the whole thing's about getting the fuck up out of here. And he reiterated that he hopes that this shit is done. You know, Tuesday and Wednesday, we can wrap this shit up and then go ahead and move on. So he's pushing, sound like to me, for the end of the damn week. We need to be done by the end of the week. Closing arguments by Wednesday or Thursday so that these people can go deliberate.
So right now, and prosecutors haven't made any mention of that gun being registered. Like, this one, I mean, they got a weak ass case, yo, because
they do.
If that gun was legally registered to the security guard, they would have been said it. They would have come.
What if the
They're not
security
mentioning
guard
where the
shot
gun
him?
came from, who had it. They don't even know where it supposedly was in the car at first. They don't know where it was found.
And the gun's serial number was still intact.
No scratch off, nothing.
No. So why has no one traced this weapon?
Or they probably did, but it's not helping the case.
Yeah.
It's not helping the case.
Yeah.
So they're not mentioning it.
Yeah. That's how this shit sound to me.
Wow. Man, this shit is crazy. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tory's making a fucking he's making him look like a fool, man.
Yeah.
And
they're making themselves look like a damn fool. This case should have never made it to this point. And I think the lack of effort and preparation is because they never thought that it would. I think that they thought we can tear this nigga up in the media. We can make his life a living hell in that regard, and we can continue to try to get him to take a plea. And I think they thought that they would push until they didn't say no, and we got a trial.
Hey, if they took all weekend, because we all know that pretty much the DA, as much as they're trying the case currently, they're pretty much investigating to try to, like, you know what I mean? They're mentioning stuff that's happened last week or the week before or 2 months ago when this initial incident happened 2 years ago. So they're still very much trying to just grab for straws. And now we're getting to see they had a whole weekend to figure out, okay, Tory gave you guys the work last week. What the fuck you about to come back with?
Yeah.
And all it was, we're going to recall some witnesses. And then we're going to threaten a bribery charge.
Yeah.
And I know they got to be seething because the bribery charge is about allegedly what supposedly Tory said to them that day and after. I think they're really mad because they think that what's going on right now in court and them getting their ass kicked,
right,
Tory's paying back. You know what I mean? Like, Tory's actively, like, having people say stuff. It's just
my
not
weapon
going
is in the car.
Yeah.
Tory and Meg get to arguing. Kylie's outside at the pool still. Tory and the girl in the car start arguing. Meg walk out because she find out such and such. Tory been messing with both of the women in the car. You know how that go already. Tory got in trouble. Meg hops out the car. Tory and the girl fighting over the gun. Excuse me. Tory and the girl fighting over the gun. The gun accidentally goes off in the midst of them fighting for it, and the girl shoots, and the bullet accidentally gets near Megan. That's why it didn't hit no tendon, because it grazed her. It didn't actually hit her. She's lying like it hit her. Everybody.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. And I think that that's why some of my shit got reported. You know, I was contacted, you know, and they let me know. Megan's team sent this over. These were all the tweets that they tried to report, but Twitter didn't take them down because you didn't violate anything. So, pathetic shit.
Hey, I see somebody in your chat. Her name's Angie. She said, well, it's not mentioned because it's not relevant. I think it was a conversation about who that gun belongs to. No, that's absolutely relevant.
It's absolutely relevant.
If you thinking about where the gun is gonna be. If the gun is registered to the security guard, it's gonna be on this person in a glove compartment, maybe a center console.
Yeah.
It's no use that if you have a gun registered to you, you're in and say you're registered to have that gun, right?
Anything that happens with that weapon can fall back on you. So you have to make sure that you are very aware of where this weapon is and what happens with it.
So now if we know it's on you or in proximity to the front, now we could think about and try to like use. You got to 3D map it, like, okay, so how would they get the gun?
Snitch, man. I'm snitching.
Precisely.
Right now, if it's in the bags, that's in the back. Now that's a different conversation. You get what I mean? So it's absolutely important if you could pinpoint that gun registered to someone, it's likely that they had that gun possession
at that point, right? If your friend, if the gun is registered to your friend and you caught up in some shit, 9 times out of 10 they let you borrow it.
I'm snitching.
You know? So it's a lot of people, cognitive dissonance, you know, and they want to believe what they have decided to believe, and now they don't want to hear shit else. And here we are. Because at this point, if you ain't thinking at the very least that something is up with this bullshit, I ain't telling you to pick a side. But if you don't at least think that, damn, this shit actually, wait a minute now, bitch, you stupid. To me.
Hey, I see a few people on here also talking about, like, you know, biasness, this and third. Hey, listen, the narrative has gone on for 2 years, right? Mm-hmm. Now we're actually in the court of law. And this is where, you know, I always told people going into this, what do you care more about? Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to know if Tory's going to get found guilty or innocent? Those are two different criteria.
Yeah.
Tory's job isn't to convince some of y'all who already been brainwashed and rocking that he did it. He don't need to convince y'all that he ain't do nothing.
Right.
He just bring up reasonable doubt among those 12 people that are going to vote. That's it. So if he had to convince your stubborn ass, maybe he'd be doing it a little bit different, right?
Right.
Maybe he'd be dead. But at this point, if he's created enough doubt, and we've seen so much doubt, the case looks weak, and I don't think that's being biased to say it looks weak. If you got to convince,
that is my opinion. And an attorney, a seasoned attorney, got up and gave his opinion. I know you're cool with Fettit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sat down with Fettit and gave the exact same response that I've been giving.
Yeah,
this should have made it to trial. This is bullshit.
It's weak to convict him, and also, even if you didn't think that all these things that's been happening, changing the stories, lying, people admitting certain parts, oh, we don't want to talk about this, blah, 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 everybody has selective amnesia. Even if you think most of those details so far that came out, most of the testimonies, were not enough to pose a significant, you know, just significant reasonable doubt.
Right.
What do you think? What do you think about all the other situations that nothing that really could? There's nothing that really points that Tory did it.
That nothing. And guess what happens tomorrow? Sean Kelly gets on the stand and he gets to tell everybody about how he saw. And got the back, go to the front. There was a fight and the gun went off.
That's another reason why, you know, for anybody who, again, I'm dealing with how the case is being tried. Sean Kelly, he's listed in the police report as witness number 1. He said he seen it. Said he looked outside. He seen it. He said, I woken up by the goddamn argument. Looked outside, seen 2 women fighting, and seen all this shit.
Yes.
The prosecutor don't want to call him. Why the prosecutor don't want him? Like, if you finally have an eyewitness,
6'6" female,
you don't want to call an eyewitness.
Why not?
Imagine that.
Truth.
Yeah.
And come on now.
And we read, I personally read the transcripts from when I read the transcripts from December 2021. He had a talk with Stogner, who was supposed to take the stand tomorrow. And he said that I was awoken to arguing, went to my balcony. I see a young lady get out of the back passenger seat, come to the front. There was a physical altercation. And he's spoken to someone more than once. So now it's being said that he ultimately said that he saw Kelsey shoot Megan.
Mm-hmm.
That is what the defense said. We have a witness that will testify that they saw Kelsey shoot Megan. This man came in the courtroom today when he was ordered back tomorrow this is a white man that looks to be at least in his 50s to 60s. This is not a man that I would expect to know who the fuck Megan was, to know who the fuck Tory was, living in Hollywood, or in LA rather, minding his damn business, trying to sleep. Why did this man say that he saw that shit if that's not what he saw?
Is the prosecutor done? The defense is going first, right?
Well, they're out of order. The prosecution hasn't even arrested their damn case yet because we got the rogue ass witness, and then they're trying to call back 2 people. So when the defense pulled up EJ, he was out of order. But per his schedule, they went ahead and proceeded. Yeah.
Right. Is Stockton gonna take the stand?
He came in. He was ordered back to court tomorrow.
Okay, so he is okay. Hey, at this point, man, I'm telling you. If Tory is not in a very comfortable position, I don't know what to say. By the way, it's going to be interesting to watch the prosecutor, even with the Sean Kelly dude.
Yeah.
Prosecutor's going to try to rip their own witness. Well, it's not their witness, but they're going to try to rip him to shreds. And if they can't do that, they're going to do some wild accusation, or they're going to question him about, did Tory or Tory's people contact you? They're always going to do that shit because they're trying to give an overtone like, Tory paid everybody off, right, and anybody who says anything favorable for him is basically a plant.
Yeah, and that's the most ridiculous shit to me because they couldn't wait to post that Tory, they was trying to take his condo, his penthouse. I thought he couldn't pay his rent, so what's the fucking story? Everything was funny when y'all say he was broke, so bitch, don't try to have a nigga hit $1 billion lotto now. He lost these deals. Give these hoes $1 million for the fuck what, nigga?
Yeah.
Fuck is you talking about? Stupid shit from stupid ass hoes. Desperate shit. This shit don't make no sense. Shit ain't logical.
I think this case it's a blowout already. I think if I had to forecast it, I'm saying Tory got the win.
You never know what Tory is gonna do, but I'm okay with how I feel about it. I'll tell you that.
I think the prosecutors are gonna pull one rabbit out the hat though.
They might. You never know.
In the next.
Bro,
I thought they were gonna do it today. Y'all had a good 2 weekend. Your 2 days. You had 2 days. You had the weekend. Come on, man. Y'all gotta come something stronger.
Bro,
yeah. They have something testify. Like a rabbit out the hat, or get somebody to come in and say, "Oh no, Tory's team did actually pay us. Tory did this. Oh, Tory told us to lie." They haven't had that all trial,
right?
Unless they get that, I feel like that's probably the only hope to kind of reverse the shit.
And then they would have to have concrete proof. You know, Kelsey said something about a bribe, but had no text messages or anything. It's hearsay.
Hey, by the way, we're going back here, but when they said that Meg got aggressive when drinking, did they ever ask her or ask EJ if they've ever seen her get, into a physical altercation or pushy or any type of thing?
Oh, which is the craziest shit to me. And where the fuck is Karim? Megan, the only one up in that damn courtroom who ain't there with a goddamn charge for putting her hands on somebody. I feel like for character witness purposes, bitch, they need to bring Karim ass up there. Now, what happened with y'all ass? Because he did go on Instagram and by name say that a Megan, who he claims was another ex named Megan, he talked about a gun. He talked about a broken window. It seemed like it was fucking deja vu to me. They need to pull his ass up there.
Jesus.
But who knows?
Okay. So cue us up for tomorrow. So tomorrow, what's happening?
Tomorrow, we should be hearing from Stogner. That is the now disgraced police officer from the LAPD.
Yeah, bro. Tomorrow
that has been fired for inappropriate conduct in terms of, it seems like, domestic violence issues or something like that. A couple instances of it, not an isolated situation. Officer Diaz, who we spoke to, I feel like last week. I don't know what the fuck he's back for. And then Sean Kelly.
Buddy.
They were ordered back for tomorrow, so we're expecting to at least hear from them tomorrow. But maybe we can get to more. We got through 5 the first day. Let's pump these hoes out.
Anybody else other than those 3? Because I'm trying to figure out what's.
I didn't see anyone else, and they didn't mention anyone else today.
What's holding up closing statements?
Exactly.
The nigga in Qatar.
Yeah.
And who else they said they can't find? And hold on. Ironically, if they said that, investigators showed up to his house,
okay,
right? They're looking for this guy a lot. His family are looking for him, but the judge and the investigators or prosecutors looking for him.
Courts.
They showed the same energy with the driver.
They haven't said it. And I guess is it because he's on Tory's side or he's Tory's driver that they feel like he ain't gonna be of use? Because nobody has declared Quan missing. What's going on? So the real question is, did they ever even want him to come in? I don't think they did. They probably wish that they had now. But I don't even know that they ever subpoenaed Quan.
Crazy.
I asked you this before, but you think Tory's taking a stand now? I don't think so.
No. Please don't get on that stand. I don't know. I don't think it would. I don't think he needs to. You good. You up, nigga. You know how they be having the good, well, not the good, but the starters shoot and they make all the points and then they let them niggas up off the bench to do that shit. All right, that's where we at. Let them niggas on the bench do what they doing. We almost done with this shit. Y'all going home. To me.
Yeah, I see somebody says, yo, oh damn, this chat's going crazy. They say, yo, that's some different shit. I agree with Act. She's trying to put herself in the green light, but come on, bro. She got good lawyers. That's what are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we're just kind of at like this point where, I think some people are going to be just disappointed because I still feel like unless they can't pursue charges on Kelsey anyway because of the immunity deal, and she skated through that shit. She made sure Shane lied, so no perjury, and they already put it on record. So there's some people they're only gonna accept that Tory didn't do it, not only if he gets found innocent, but if somebody else gets charged. Like, for example, if they charge Meg for lying, or if they charge Kelsey for actually shooting Meg, but neither is gonna happen. There's no more charges really coming out of it.
I think we have to become content with the fact that, or the idea that we will never know what happened. Honestly, we won't.
All we know, listen, there's a few things we know. Tory was trying his best, and I ain't gonna lie, looked like Kylie was going. Like, he probably could have fucked. Okay. Second of all, Meg need to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. She drank 6 bottles of Henny and they drink not 1 cup of water. This is amazing. I never seen
about no water and never ate the tacos.
Yeah,
no food to soak this shit up.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Once I get to drinking too much, I get some food in my system.
Got you.
She made some unedible bullshit and ain't even eat it, and then basically just kept drinking beer pong, whole type of shit, man.
All kind of shit.
This nigga drinking coffee.
Somebody said, what do they need Justin for? Justin allegedly heard Tory said to Justin, yo, I'm sorry for shooting Meg.
Right.
That's what the prosecutor says he's going to say. Except he's like, no, nigga, I'm in Qatar.
Okay. This nigga say he ready for his new journey in life. Somebody asked me, was he Muslim? I don't know. This shit just too fucking much. Niggas got on white robes and head wraps and shit. And he's supposed to love her so much and all this other bullshit. So everybody that was on her team ain't on her team no more. Everybody to be
I understand why you asked the question if these people were on some, some cocaine, yo, 6 bottles of Henny and you still walking?
And you up in alert. He said she ain't need no help. And, nigga, what the fuck is you on?
And you gave your best friend the beats after that?
Okay. I don't know what kind of liver that bitch got. But maybe it's bigger. She bigger. You think her organs bigger?
Bro.
Maybe her liver
74 views.
Hey, you know what would be interesting? And I'm guessing this didn't happen because, obviously, I don't know in what circumstances they would do this. But, obviously, if it's like a DUI, when you go to the hospital, they're going to check your blood alcohol.
I'll be back.
I'm wondering, what's Meg's blood alcohol level that night? Matter of fact, everybody. Because I keep saying, the reason why, we all knew Meg drank. I'm not shaming her for drinking or whatever, right? But it's relevant to this case, very relevant, because everybody's using impaired judgment.
Right.
Everyone, it's we can't think about, oh, how is Meg normally when she's sober and how was she that night? No, she was blacked out drunk. The best friend is passed out drunk. You get what I mean?
Right.
Like, so now we gotta kind of like go over how these people, how much these people drank.
Yeah.
How historically, how do they act when they drink?
Yeah.
And who the hell's prone to be violent? We all know when it comes to drinking. I know this. You got the quiet drunk. You got the one that just go in the corner, pass out. You got the one that just cry all day because, you know, they're thinking about an ex or some shit. And you got the fighter. You feel me? The MMA fighter. Like, she can't wait to put hands on somebody.
You know it. Now, which one is she? And they say when she get past faded, EJ say she gets aggressive. Moneybag Yo say, I got BC powders in my car. You know, you get real gangster off that liquor. Well, what the fuck does that mean? You know, yeah, we do need to talk about it. I wish they would have asked her, have you ever been to rehab for alcohol? Yeah, we need to dive into this shit.
I'm wondering what Meg is doing now. Again, you know, she's been telling everybody, and this will be interesting too. Meg last told us publicly she wanted to see Tory underneath the jail. She also said, fuck all that. She done with the back and forth. See everybody in court.
Yeah.
If the court deems that she, if it deems that Tory is innocent, will she accept the results? And I don't know. I'm not saying necessarily apologize or anything, but not. You know, she stopped fucking with the baby because the baby did a song with Tory.
Yeah.
She's taking it personal. Will she accept the results of the court and not trying to use, you know, whether her power in the game or tactics to try to, you know, still shun Tory?
I wouldn't be surprised if they came out with you see how unprotected black women are? Bullshit. But I think at this point, it's going to fall on deaf ears. I think people ate that shit up because they were so willing to accept that he had done something. If you have been paying attention to this case, since we've been in court, fuck anything that happened before. How could you ever stand behind that again?
I wonder if she's thinking at this point, because I know she's watching how this is going, and probably have some regret in
I'm sure
maybe misleading statements or like say the Gayle King interviews, you know, flat out lying, oh, she never fucked Tory. Because again, like I agree with you, it seems like EJ was the most reliable witness thus far. He knows what he knows. He's not tripping up. He's not like seeming like he's hiding anything. And it hasn't contradicted with anything he would have said publicly before. That's very important, right? Now, when it comes to Meg, you know, as much as she might be like, oh, I was, you know, I just didn't want to say it then or I'm embarrassed, the defense is still going to paint you as a fucking liar.
Yeah, that's what you are.
That's affect how people think how truthful you are.
Yeah.
The whole thing, oh, yeah, my back was turned. Now you try to correct it. Oh, well, it was turned for a little bit, but then I also saw him with the gun. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm talking about shit. What kind of superpowers does this nigga have that he has jumped over seats and gotten in all these positions and got on the step board and shot you over the thing? Come on with this fuck shit. And then who moved these bags? And you didn't know nothing about the bags. And you don't remember when you left his home. You don't remember all the key shit that you needed to remember. That girl would have had a better shot if she would have sat in that house and shut the fuck up. If she wouldn't have presented herself publicly for a while. If she would have kept Kelsey close and went on. She could have won this case.
I'm wondering, you know, in regrets to come, and let's say if they don't get a conviction, does the prosecutor regret a bunch of things? Not only using a statement that they obtained from Kelsey 2 months ago,
okay,
right?
Yeah,
using that as the main narrative and basically as a star witness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, basically trying to get people to believe this narrative that Tory shot a woman because his rap skills were
Look,
dissed.
Paul,
Again,
I'm on with this shit.
if you want to come up with a good one, come up with a good one. Oh yeah, like
I got your name.
I don't even think it would have hurt their case to be like, oh yeah, nah, Meg disrespected him after he disrespected her at the party and stuff like. Even then, it still don't even make sense. I ain't gonna lie to you. But.
It's just the stupidest shit. Damn bitch. We done went from Harlem Nights, you know what I'm saying, over here to, I guess, Why Did I Get Married, child? We at the table with confessions coming out. Tubi TV is what this is. This sounds like some peanut Yvette ass shit. Except Tory didn't have a bike. He had a driver, so he had a little more money than Jody. But you know, this shit is ridiculous. It's really fucking ridiculous. This is nothing more to me than a case of shit. Some bitches that got in their feelings, and it sucks to reduce it to that, but it really don't, because that's what the fuck it sound like to me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and by the way, I'm gonna keep it real with you. When I first heard, like, the account said, Kylie was fucking with Tory a little bit, like,
yeah,
because this is what I heard. I heard Kylie was super excited for Tory. Also, she's a huge fan of Quarantine Radio. She was telling them, yo, let's kick off this quarantine. Like, let's do like a little special episode in the pool.
I heard that when that was said, that's when Megan jumped her ass on Instagram. And that's
it kept poking in my skin.
Hayden.
It don't hurt no more.
Hayden. You know what I mean? Like, from you even mentioning the twerk, you know what I mean? Like,
you want me to take him to Boys and Girls Club.
If you've been in these situations and you know when a woman is trying to, like, you know, she wants to be the person who's either being pursued or a center of attention.
Yeah.
Tory is kind of treating him like a fly on the wall or a fly on the show. Like, all right, back up. But what's up, Kyle? Like, I'm here. You over here trying to spit some game.
And your pussy on what's up? Because let's not forget about the baby situation. So if you're doing your thing, I'm doing mine. What's up? And there be a lot of hoes that be like, well, she was fucking with him and I wouldn't do this or that. It's some bitches in the world that wouldn't have sex with him. It's a lot more that would, though. That nigga rich. First of all, you know these hoes shallow. He is handsome and he has a lot of charisma. Them hoes would have been right there. So the shit ain't far-fetched to me. I think that they both had deeper feelings for each other than what it started off as. But I think that nigga was willing to move on, bitch.
Top block was serious. Your top block was serious. I'm telling you.
Serious.
They left the crib and Tory's still there, and that shit is
brawls. You don't think you think Kylie was stroking that dick? Bitch, I would have. A nigga in his drawers in the pool, so you know it's sticking to his body.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to my man Travis Scott, though, man. Shout out to my man Travis Scott, man. Y'all know Travis Scott, they ain't playing no more Tory Lanez. I know you probably be like, Kylie, don't play no Tory Lanez around my daughter no more. We good. Hey,
right.
When I start hearing what happened, I was just like, nah, I don't think Kylie would be feeling Tory. But EJ coming out and saying that, Kylie was on his body.
He was excited. He said she asked a few times, where he at? Where's Tory?
Kylie was on his body. Let's keep it 100 now.
Yeah. She like that nigga.
She did. She want to fuck.
Yo, so tomorrow, let me see. Has it been easier for you to get in court or no?
There was some little shit this morning, but we persevered. I've been making it in, child. It seemed like it's getting harder by the damn day. Today, my media pass was taken.
Oh, I thought they were doing like a raffle or some shit. I heard that's what they were doing.
Every day it changes. It is the most unorganized shit I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, they did raffle tickets at one point. They have these lines, get in line, get right here, get right there, media on this side, public on this side, and then they count you out. Just a whole bunch of extra shit. And we all be enough for the most part, so it should be fine.
Why they try to take a media pass?
I was not given an explanation after repeated attempts to find out why mine was taken versus other people's that were taken. I will let you know when they let me know. I do not have an answer. Who gave
that's how
to me?
That's a Rock Nation shit. That's how they move.
Anything to try to keep me out or to once again like discredit me or whatever the case may be.
Somebody says something. Wait, so Kelsey didn't show up today, right?
No.
I feel like when this is all said and done, Kelsey's gonna speak. She's gonna speak to the media.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, like I one random time, like I forgot what it was posted, but she hit me up and she was just like, "This is cap." And I'm like, "Well, you one of the only people that were there. Why don't you speak on it?" She wasn't willing to speak on it then, but now she's been dragged in court, and I think what her, she's gonna be in an interesting position. People are gonna say, not only we think you may have shot Meg, you basically switched your story to admit that you were lying about the whole thing. So what's going on with you?
Right. And that was the issue in the beginning. People thinking that she shot Megan.
Somebody says apparently she's dating or she's married to like somebody from 1501. Is that true?
That's what they're saying.
What?
So I said in the rest video, Kelsey was the only one that was what? Mad?
She seemed a little aggravated in that video. If you listen,
that
was put out publicly. She seemed a little aggravated.
Yeah, because she had a fucking concussion. Allegedly.
Oh, okay.
Giving her the beats.
Child, Liz,
Yo, Meg may have given her the beats. She may have had that Antonio Brown CTE. We don't know.
We do not know.
We don't know.
Fuck.
I'm just trying to see the facts. That's all I'm trying to see, the facts.
Facts, yeah.
There's too much going on, bro.
The fact is, this shit should have never made it to trial. The fact is, they counted the nigga out. The fact is, I think I'm going to put a speaker in my bag so on the last day we can play Most High.
Hey, you better not say that. Now they're going to really try to search your ass.
A speaker? They can't get mad about a speaker.
They don't think it's a recorder. Hey, but by the way,
I do check my bag, but she'll have me out tomorrow.
By the way, I do think that story was overblown when they said, like, your party is embarrassed to Meg. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think to fans, certain narratives are, number one, it's the first time you're hearing it about her.
Yeah. I wish they recorded it so we can see how they did like the
if you're
Young
in the
Thug
industry
case.
and you're talking to people who are behind the curtain, they all know. So what I'm saying is that
Young Thug
party got with her brother. Like,
most
you guys are deaf, blind, and dumb to not know some of these things that's been said and some of these rumors are out there. And if you couldn't handle it then, or if you couldn't handle it then, why can't you handle it now?
I pray that it's some press shit, because I'm not even claiming a nigga. If you gonna be with me, regardless, embarrassment or not, why you not standing by my side while I'm going through some of the toughest shit of my fucking life? A real nigga don't give a fuck. A nigga might be mad you ain't keep it, a buck with him. But at the end of the day, if he fuck with you, he fuck with you. And that's not something that's gonna make him stop fucking with you, especially now. So as far as I'm concerned, if you telling the truth, then that ain't even your nigga now. Shit at that point.
Make sure y'all sub up, bro.
Do you think she lied to him?
Yeah. That hoe turned around and told Kelsey, don't listen to him. I hold her a lot like that to her best friend. Yeah, hell yeah, she'll lie.
God damn, man.
Telling the truth, to me, that's the only way he would be embarrassed. Because you got me looking stupid. I'm defending you. These niggas coming out and I'm defending you, and they laughing at me behind my back. What else I don't know? Now he got to think about all the other times he done heard something. She done fucked over the jury and her nigga. I mean, what is really going on?
Hey, I'll say this, though. While I'm all for, justice to prevail.
Absolutely.
I do want people to know that don't mean I'm anti-Meg. And also, I do pray for her mental health during this time, Should I pray for Tory's mental health, too? I think for both individuals, I always keep saying about Tory, I don't know how this motherfucker have a smile on all the time, but like it's this whole case is a lot, and I'm just hoping that number one, justice is actually served, and then from that, both individuals, could somehow find a way to pick up the pieces. I mean, if anything happens legally, it's gonna happen, but I'm talking about, this is a very polarizing case, and people going. Pretty much whoever wins, the other person going to be seen as a liar.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
You know, I was asked for a statement because of those, tweets that got reported and shit. And my response was simply, child, this some bullshit, but I'm still praying for her. And I'm praying for anyone who, has alleged or been through things that she's alleged, and may the truth prevail. There are people who have convinced themselves, I hate that girl. I do not hate that girl. Ain't nobody powerful enough for me to hate them walking God's green earth. I don't hate her. What I'm not going to do is act like I don't see things. I'm not going to not use my mind, and I'm not going to stand up for what I feel like the truth is. That's what I'm not going to do. So if you happen to fall on the other side of that, then that's just where you lay, But when it comes to Megan, she had to admit she was a liar, so I ain't lie about that shit. This shit hasn't, she had to get up there when they asked her. So when you said this, you lied? Yes.
Oh,
you lied? Yes. We busted her in a couple of lies, so it is fair to say she's a liar because she is. Y'all have just convinced yourselves that she was justified in her lies. That's between you and your God. A liar is a liar is a liar. A nigga got 22 years on the line. So, bitch, we don't have time for that. And you want to play with that? You want to play with a nigga's freedom behind some bullshit? No. So, I pray for her and anybody in that type of situation, but that's what I'm not going to do.
Hey, I also do pray that whatever the outcome is, that people, feel like it's the right outcome based on what they've seen.
Yeah.
And feel like it's the right outcome. The reason why is I hope this case doesn't divide black men and black women.
Well, that's what they tried to do.
Yeah.
They said black women and didn't say a motherfucking thing about black men. And we don't need to feel like we need to be divided. If it come out, Tory ain't do nothing, congratulate him and y'all need to apologize. And then you pray for Megan. If you feel like Megan and come back he guilty, then bitch you pray for Tory and then you go to apologize to him if that's what you feel like you need to do. So our people need help. One of our people, they're both black. One of our people needs our love. Cause somebody done set their ass up here and lied for an extended period of time and played on our head tops. That's psychotic to me.
Yeah, I think what people are going to extrapolate from this, because I feel like this. If, you're obviously a little bit different, but when I have this conversation with, like, women and they're of color, first of all, they already got a bad rap about me, like, I don't like women. But if I, and I'm really just going off the facts of the case. Like, I'm looking at this like it's Law and Order. I know it's real people lives involved. I'm looking at it like an episode of Law and Order.
Okay.
Do you think this would be some convictable shit, or do you think they've done enough? And
you already know you entered already
and
automatically.
If I'm talking to sometimes a woman of color, like I do know that it could be triggering because you feel like it's somebody not like it's like people not thinking that women are could tell the truth or women don't need to be protected. I mean, we only talking about this one situation.
This is one situation. This situation has happened how it's happened, and I still will get up and advocate for a black woman if she says that something happened to her. I still will get up and do so. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I've seen your commentary before. You talked about other cases. What happens to us defending other black women that have gotten hurt? All that goes down the drain for one? With this fugazi bullshit going on, I'm not having it. I stand up for too many motherfucking black women on a daily basis. And send up for their kids. They got me fucked up. I be paying people rent. They got me fucked up.
I see somebody said something about that the prosecutor may know. I guess this is their theory, that the prosecutor may know that the gun came from the Louis V bag, which is Meg's, which is why Meg kind of like denied anything, knowing any like really that being her bag, and also they haven't really
interesting perspective. That is interesting because her shit was the shit that was in the front, and then the evidence photo when the cops found the gun, it was under her damn bag. Under, they had to move shit out the way to see it clearly, but it was under her bag. So you was sitting there. So bitch, what's up?
Shit. All right. Yo,
Damn, now they cut out. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, no, my bad. I was saying I think this is a good wrap up.
Absolutely.
Hey, I appreciate all your efforts all the time.
Thank you.
I hope everybody, the chat niggas love you. Like,
hey,
they've already
chat niggas.
Now they love you. You know what I mean? They're gonna show you a lot of love, and I'm hoping, you know, especially you've done such a great job of just kind of giving a real person's perspective of what you're seeing. Like no disrespect to some of the quote unquote, like, you know, like the LA Times journalists in the center.
Right.
You know, their report be so dry. Sometimes we miss out on a lot of the context and the really things that's going on that really matter. You know,
yeah, like it's like y'all ever had a good teacher. You go to school and you kind of float, and then it's like, damn, I'm not retaining shit. And then you get a good teacher that makes you love a subject you never even thought you would fuck with. I feel like it's kind of like that because of the way it's being presented and because you can relate. Okay, you're tracking now, and you keeping up with the shit, and you can follow.
Yeah.
Anybody can follow, like, and you can know what's going on. And I think that's dope. So and I appreciate our love from everybody that's been positive. That is definitely outweighs the negative.
We're going to get this over with
tomorrow. At the conclusion of this trial,
get this over with tomorrow.
I know we're pushing time on when it comes to, like, you know, Christmas is coming.
Yeah.
I need to get with you in person, and we need to do a podcast wrapping this whole bitch up.
Where you at? In Jersey or Miami?
Yeah, well, right now I'm in Jersey.
Okay.
But like I'll be all over, and you know we'll coordinate that. But we definitely got to do that. You know what I mean? I think people also like the fact that, you know, we link up for even these. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
We get way more those dry ass tweets from some of them reporters now.
Okay. Well, absolutely, we can make that happen, and I appreciate you once again for your platform, and we back at it tomorrow.
Of course. Yeah, I was on a plane today. I was like driving, trying to get home quick. I'm like,
trying to see what happened.
Yeah, your first update, I'm watching in the car, and then that's when I got back for the you know, the second and the rest of the updates. But yeah, tomorrow I'm all locked in. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
I ain't going nowhere until the verdict drops. That's a fact. All right.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Later, Malaga.
All right, bye. All right, I'm going to end this so we don't hit that time constraint, and I'm going to come back just for you, Choke. So, Choke, no joke, if you here and you want to hop back, then let me know, okay? I have to plug my phone up and shit, so I'm going to end this. And
let's go here.
All right, y'all, come on, because it's lunch, and, bitch, I'm not even about to eat, so I can tell y'all this bullshit. Okay? Come on. Because this was really a fool. See that double chin coming in? This was really a fool. My face is greasy. I don't know why it looks so greasy, but
you are beautiful.
Thank you. All right. I've got some people from the courtroom with me so they can give you their opinions as well. Now, today, you're probably going to see a lot about they tried to kill Megan and throw her in the river. But I want to put some context around that. When I say this morning was a fucking fool, bitch, it was a fucking fool. A fucking fool. So let's break it down so I could tell you why in the fuck they saying that they was about to throw a bitch in the river. They said, Million Man, is it not looking good? We'll get into it. Who it don't look good for, it still looks good for Tory. I don't know why the fuck y'all can't understand that if anybody deviates from what Megan claimed, that's the problem. Yeah. What are we here to prove? That he shot her. People get so emotional and want to get tied in. Oop. What are the facts? The facts are Megan said he did this way. Yeah. That is not what we're finding out. And that is at the core of this situation. So I'm going to need you to remain focused. And I'm going to need you to understand what's going on. This is a court of law. This is not Clue. This is not you watching ID channel. This is not forensic file. Bitch, we're in court and they have to prove things. So hold on to that. Now we come in, day 7, it's 10:50 a.m. They had to replace a juror. There was talk about the juror who got to go to the doctor Wednesday and Thursday. So I'm guessing, not sure, that they went ahead and replaced them now so that this wouldn't even be a problem. So they bring in a white woman, okay? A stipulation is something in court that is a fact. So when somebody presents a stipulation, if the other party agrees, then you have to admit that as a fact, okay? Hold on. So, the stipulation brought up today was the fact that the 9mm weapon was unregistered, okay? And then the people have rested unless they can find, Justin or anybody else, and we move on to the defense. So George, who is Tory's lawyer, they called forward Sean Kelly. Sean Kelly is not American. Do I think that's important? I do, because I think that changes the way that he views us as people in this country and the way he's going to view situations and violence and everything, because shit is different culturally. You cannot hear me? Y'all can hear me? Please hurry up, bitch, because I need to at least get a piece of chicken or something. You can hear me?
Yeah, he can hear.
Okay, thank you. So, fix your fucking phone and stop interrupting me. So, they said, you remember July 2020? And he said, yeah. They said, you live near Nichols Canyon Road, right? He said, yeah. And he said, what happened that day? He said, I was asleep. My battery is low, so come on, please.
Did she?
You guys, my titty tape, I think it should have. These titties heavy. I'm waiting. Come on now. So, is Academics here? He is. Yes, give him pen.
Hey, yo.
Because, you know, there was 6.
Hey.
Hey. Come on now.
Hey, what's good? Yo, listen, I've been waiting for you for this update for a minute now.
Yes, every Tuesday I got another show to do on site, so that's what I was doing. But we in her now. So you been listening, right?
Go ahead, girl.
Okay.
Y'all been
perfect.
listening.
So, okay. So they said, is there any description that was given for a male or female? And he said no. So they said from Officer Diaz, was there any mention of who the shooter was? And he said no. They said, with my investigator, you said that a female shot, but you told Detective Stogner that a woman did it. Or you told you said a female shot, and you told the detective that a woman did it. He said, yeah. Then he said, I don't remember. They both had a gun. Know what the fuck this coming in, bitch? Not 2 guns. And so they showed him the paperwork. The date that he gave that interview was July 16th. They said in the portion that I showed you, when you spoke to the officer, did you say that a woman was closer to the muzzle flash? He said, yes, that's what I said. They said, do you want to be here today? He said, I feel very
Bro, she probably did.
And there are just certain parts, you know, of this conversation, you know, I don't remember. So he said, okay. Well, the counsel stated that my investigator asked about a struggle for the gun, right? He said, yeah. He said, after you heard a gunshot, did you see a struggle? He said, yeah. He said, did my client struggle, turn the page, with the person closest to the muzzle flash? And he said they all struggled. They were all struggling over it. Or struggling, I'm sorry. He said, I didn't see a gun, but I did see a muzzle flash. They said, remember you said that one girl fell? And you said that when the guy got out of the back, that he continued talking to her and arguing with her, and then she fell. And he said, yeah, it wasn't no simultaneous, like I heard gunshots and she fell. There was some type of dialogue, and then she fell, but that they all were fighting. They said when the shots were fired, you saw my client get out of the car after that, right? He said, yeah. They said prior to my client getting out of the car, did you, and they were going to ask him a question, but there was an objection, and they was done with that. So we come back, and Officer Diaz is now on the stand. They said, Officer Diaz, were you involved in the investigation for a domestic situation? He said, yeah, we got the shooting call. They said, as you got to the location, you know, did you talk to him once you made it there? He said, yeah. They said, what did he tell you? He said that he looked out the window and he saw a Cadillac with the rear door open, and he saw women fighting in and out of the car. They said, how long it took you to get there from the moment that the car was placed to you getting to his residence? He said, it took me about 15 to 20 minutes to get there. They said, did you ask for a description of the shooter? He said, I don't recall. They showed him the form. They said, did that help refresh your memory? He said, yeah. They said, did you ask him any questions about the shooter? He said, no, I didn't. So now we have 2 people that can corroborate that the reason why he never described the shooter was because that's not what he was asked. All he attested to at the time was the fight that he was seeing, because that was the present issue. Detective Stogner gets on the stand because they were done with DS. They said, you're the lead detective on this case, right? He said, yeah. They said, you in charge of follow-ups? He said, yeah. On July 16th, did you follow up with Sean Kelly? He said, at first he said no, but then he was like, I spoke to him on the phone. They said, when you spoke to him, Mr. Kelly, did he give a description of the shooter? Stogner said he didn't know the shooter, but he did say that the muzzle flash went off closer to Kelsey. And I'm saying Kelsey. They did not say her name. They had to describe these people. But Kelsey is the one who was described as getting out the back, going to the front, whooping ass, and whoop the whoop. So I'm going to say Kelsey. Anybody's free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that they were talking about Kelsey at that point. So they said he described a short guy and a tall guy, and then another woman. Stogner said he specifically said he could not tell who fired the gun. That is the testimony that Kelly gave to the detective, the lead detective. He said, according to the statement, he said the woman was closer to the muzzle flash, and he didn't say anything about the shorter guy with the gun. They said, you were there to investigate, right? They said, did he tell you anything about my client doing anything? You know, he said no. They said he told me that they got back in the car, but he was certain that the muzzle flash went off near Kelsey. They said, you spoke to Megan, right? He said, yeah. He said, how? He said, over the phone. He said, who was on the phone? They said, an attorney and Desiree. And they called her a production manager. I didn't know if that was part of her. I don't know. So they said, did you ask her if she was intoxicated? Okay. And then he said, may we approach the bench? And so they went up to the bench. And so they came back after they talked. And they said she mentioned that they had alcohol at the party. But I never asked her how many. And I never asked her how drunk she was. They said, why the hell you ain't do that? He said, I just didn't feel like it was relevant. You ain't feel like it was relevant to ask her how much they had drunk and shit like that? And he said, why didn't you ask her? He said, I don't recall. That was his answer. They said, did she tell you that she never argued? Did she tell you that she ever argued with Kelsey? He said, she said they all argued over leaving the party. But she told me that she primarily argued with Tory. She didn't say nothing about a particular argument with Kelsey. She never said anything about a fight. They said, did you ever ask her why they argued? And he said, no. In terms of Kelsey, did you ever ask why her and Kelsey were fighting? He said, no. He said, why? He said, because based on her statement, she made it sound like the issue was really with Tory. So he never thought to ask nothing else about Kelsey. I guess they incompetent ass. They said, do you know if they got in a fight? He said, no. She ain't never tell me that. And they said, did she ever tell you that Tory offered her $1 million in that interview that you did with her initially? He said, she ain't never told me Tory offered her $1 million. And we talked for about 5 to 10 minutes during this interview. He said she ain't never mentioned no $1 million bribe to her or Kelsey until about 2021. When he talked to her at first, she ain't say shit about no damn $1 million. They said, did you look to see if Tory was under probation? Because the claim was, I give you $1 million, I'm on probation. He said, yeah, and I did not find him to be on no damn probation. They said, did Megan make any mention of a fight to anyone that she had contact with? He said, no. She didn't mention a fight in any instance. They said, did she tell you that she didn't want to make false allegations? Yeah. She said, and quote, I didn't know that I was shot, and I didn't want to get anyone in trouble with false allegations. But I thought you said that you watched the nigga do it. So how would that be possible? So anyway, does your report mention George Floyd or bribery? He said no. And that was very important. Megan said that she didn't say anything because she was afraid that, you know, with the climate and with George Floyd and everything going on, that she that to happen to him.
Everybody said,
and then
make sure you sub up.
You know, accused him of bribing her.
Okay, make sure
but you told
up.
Police and you told this damn detective that you didn't even know you were shot and you didn't want to falsely accuse anybody. That's why you didn't say it. So even her reasoning, like a lie as simple as why didn't you say anything, you know, is something that we're faced with at this point because the fuck? So they said, are inconsistent facts important to you? He said, yeah. They said, did Megan tell you that she made a phone call to her manager at the bus stop? He said, I don't recall. They said, was there any proof that she called her manager? He said, no. Okay. They said, did she tell you that Tory got her back in the car? He said, I don't recall. They said, did Megan tell you that they stopped at the bus stop? He said, not in my interviews. That's not something that I remember. They said, you talked to Sean Kelly and Megan, right? He said, yeah.
You know,
they said those two different people gave two different stories, right? He said, yes. He said, do you know if he knows my clients or any of the clients involved? He said, they strangers to him. And Mr. Kelly is, he had an accent. He clearly had been from the UK. I don't know how long he's been in America, but he obviously was an American born with the accent that he had. They said, so which direction did Megan say she went? And he said, to the back of the car. So in that interview, Megan said she got out the car and walked towards the back. They said, so she walked southbound, facing the back. And so he said, yeah, she would have been facing southbound, yeah, facing the back. Like he had to think about it for a second. And then they said she never spoke on the fight with Kelsey. And he said, no. They said, was Megan the only one who heard someone say dance bitch? He said, yes. No one else can corroborate that Tory said dance bitch. No one else. She's the only one. They've asked everybody that's then went up there. Nobody heard this but her. They said, do you know the difference between bullets and bullet fragments? He said, yes. And he explained. So he said the bullets come out the cartridge, come and they come out. Bullet fragments come from that bullet breaking apart after hitting something, basically. He went into that obviously more in depth, but that was the summary. They were done with that line of questioning. It was time for a cross. So they said the Sean Kelly interview, how long did it take? I said it took about 35 minutes. I didn't take any notes, and it was over the phone. And it was just a summary over, what he had said before. They said, did he ever say that he saw a female shoot or have a gun? They said, no. Now, this is the prosecution now. They said, did you follow up about Tory? He said, no. He said, you spoke with Megan July 16, 2020, and in 2021, huh? He said, yeah. They said, what happened? What did she say then? They said Megan said Tory shot her, and that she was scared and then shot, and that's why she ain't say nothing. They said at no point did she say, hold on, my little better thing. They said, at any point did she say that she didn't know who the shooter was? And I guess that was from the interview where she said, I didn't want to get nobody in trouble. They said, did Megan say that she walked southbound? He said, that's what we concluded after she, after they told us what a call was and what she was going to do. We concluded that she went that way. And also per what she said. They said, she said that Tory shot her and that he pointed the gun at her and he shot her. They said she turned her head and that she clearly saw Tory. They said, do you know Quan? He said, y'all know who that is. They said, Jaquan and Kelsey didn't want to talk to you, huh? He said, no, they didn't want to talk to me. They said, did Megan mention in 2021 that Tory offered her money? He said, yeah, $1 million. They said, how was Megan's attitude? They said she was very calm, somber, upset, and she cried at certain points. Okay. 3:10, they say, let's take a break. So I ran my ass to the media floor so I could tell y'all what the hell happened. But really, I should have stayed in the courtroom because the shit was blurry anyway. But because they fucking with me in the hallway, I said, what happened? And they told me. They talked about Tory going to the stand, which I do not think that that's a good idea. Okay, I don't. Okay, no. I probably go out there. That's not what they do. Social media. They brought up social media. They want to bring up his social media. They highlighted August Alsina getting knocked upside his motherfucking head. They wanted to bring up his lyrics. They want to bring up 1501. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck for. Yeah, they want to bring up 1501. Mm-hmm.
Wait.
And then
specifically Carl Crawford or somebody from 1501?
They said 1501. Now, I didn't get to hear this. I'm getting this information from someone else. And they wrote down 1501 Entertainment. So I have to go do some fact checking and reading on that. And last but not least, they wanted to talk about, quite possibly, the video where he looks like he's cutting up horse legs. There's a music video that Tory has. And I don't know why people think they see horse legs, but people think they see horse legs at the butcher shop. But who eats horse?
I will check that video again, but
yeah, I don't horse legs.
This is a stretch. I see it.
So then they brought up the fact that there was supposed to be a witness on the way. They're trying to see if that nigga gonna come. I don't know who this witness is supposed to be. Is this Justin? If it's supposed to be Justin, then give it the fuck up. But I don't know who this witness is supposed to be. But anyway, we come back to Kathy. Kathy want to talk to Stogner. So she said before lunch, there was a question about probation. They said, didn't he have a criminal case in Broward? And they was like, yeah, but it was under diversion, you know? So they said they did an objection, and they was like, okay, I'm done. So then defense came up. He said, when you write a report, you were being truthful, right? Everything you turned in, you told the truth? He said, yeah. They said, and you did the follow-ups? He said, yeah. They said, when Sean Kelly answered your questions, you felt like he was telling the truth. He said, yeah. They said, did you have any more questions that you needed to ask Sean Kelly? He said, no. They said, so when he said that they fought and that the muzzle went off near Kelsey, you felt like that was true and you didn't need to ask any more questions. He said, yeah. They said, don't all police reports summarize, you know, what happened? He said, yeah. They said, did he ever mention my client? They said he never mentioned my client, and then he answered yes. They said you spoke to Megan in July in 2021 with the attorney and Desiree, right? They said, did they answer all the questions? He said, yeah. They said you asked her relevant questions in 2020, and she never mentioned a bride, correct? He said, correct. They said, didn't she tell you that she didn't want to falsely accuse anybody? He said, yes. They said, did you ever look at Megan's Instagram? That fucking detective said no. They said, at any point, did you look at her page? He said no. He said, wouldn't it be important if she had said something different on social media than what she told y'all? He said yes. So why didn't you look at it? More incompetence. They said in this case, you later looked at her post. They said, did you see a post? Wait, let me pause. In this case, you later looked at her post, right? He said, yeah. They said, did you see the post where she said her back was turned as she was walking away and she got shot? He said no. Now, this is the first fucking post that the girl, this is one of the first posts that she makes. How the hell you didn't see that? This is when she showed her foot. So this was a pivotal post. You know, she did the whole goddamn dissertation about it. So anyway, he showed him the Instagram post. He said, have you seen this? He said no. They said, at any point did you look through her damn post? He said no. He said, I was asked to author a search warrant for Mrs. Pete's Instagram, but I didn't look at it. He just issued the paperwork. They said, do you have any evidence that my client was on probation from 2018 to 2020? He said no. He said, is there any info on probation? He said no. And now we got the recross. He was done. On recross, they said the interview from 2020 to 2021, which one was longer and more detailed? He said the one from 2021. They said, you are aware of the 2017 diversion, right? He said, look, I don't have no clue about how they do shit in Florida. I'm in California. You know, I saw it, but, you know, it's different than probation. And so they said, okay,
it's just
we don't
too much, bro.
So then they brought up a rebuttal witness. They then brought up the DNA nigga again. Not the one that the DA had, the one that the prosecution had. His name is Randy Zepeda. So they brought him back up. He outlined that he was a criminalist, and he specialized in DNA. They said, let's talk about the transfer of DNA. Very briefly, you guys, transfer of DNA. I have DNA on my hands. I shake academics' hands. My DNA is now in his hands. Academics could pick up his bottle, and my DNA can be found on that bottle simply because I shook his hand. That is a transfer of DNA, simply put. So, can you remove DNA with napkins? He said, yeah, some. They said if somebody washed their hands before touching a gun, is it less likely for them to have DNA on the gun? He said, yes, less likely. They said, what about after getting in a pool? Would there be as much DNA on your hands then? He said there will be less DNA. The chlorine in the swimming pool will get some of the stuff off your hands just like washing your hands will. He said if a person picked up a gun and shot 5 times, do you feel like DNA will be on that gun? Is that something you agree with? He said yes and no. He said it's possible. It's highly possible, but that's nothing that I could definitively say. They said the DNA, it was inconclusive on the gun. So that doesn't mean that he didn't fire the gun. It just means that we can't prove he did. They said, what about him and the exclusion? He said, I can't say that he was excluded or included in it because we could not match it. They said in terms of the female DNA, the other expert said that a female had to be included on the test. He said, I don't agree that a female can be included, but I don't know. He said at least one contributor was male, and there was a 90% contribution from that male. Now, before anybody in these comments gets excited because they feel like, "Ooh, that must mean a nigga shot that gun." 90% DNA on that gun does not mean that that was the last person that fired that gun. That just means that the DNA of that person is on there more so than the other ones. So somebody could have 2% DNA on the gun, and they could have been the last one to touch it, versus somebody that had 90. So at first, before defense was able to break it down, I think a lot of people was like, "Ooh," but then you get the science behind it, and it's not all it cracked up to be. So anyway, they start asking about accreditation, and they're talking about the fact that the LAPD has accredited, places to do this testing of DNA, and that the people that they use, the defense, they're not accredited. So they talked about what it meant to be accredited. And then he said, "It's being accredited important to the LAPD?" And he said, "Yeah." And he said, basically, an accreditation means that someone comes in and they're unbiased, and they check to make sure that everything is running properly. They said, "Do y'all have access to other things that, non-accredited places have?" He said, "Yeah." And then he explained that equipment. Then he said, "Every year we get audited." Oh, so they were done with that. All right. The defense comes back. They said, "Did I hear you correct that you graduated from Cal State?" He said, "Yeah." They said, "Did you know that the expert taught at Cal State?" He said, "No." They said, "Did you know him?" He said, "No." They said, "Okay, you agree that the court calls panel?" And he said, "Yeah." They said, "Do you have any reason to believe that they're doing bad business or that they're not transparent?" He said, "No." He said, "Well, let's talk about transfer of DNA." They said, "Touch DNA is a thing, right?" He said, "Yeah, it depends." He said, "I asked you last week, and you said that if someone had owned a gun or handled a gun, that their DNA would be on it. Ain't that what you told me?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "So if I shoot the gun 4 to 5 times, you expect my DNA on that gun, right?" He said, "Yes." He said, "If the gun was wiped, there would be no DNA on it, right?" He said, "Right." He said, "So with multiple DNA findings, do you have any evidence that the gun was wiped clean?" He said, "No, I don't have any evidence that the gun was wiped clean." They said, "Do you know how long my client was in a pool, if in a pool at all?" He said, "No." He said, "Do you have any evidence of my client's DNA on the gun?" He said, "No, not based on the DNA." He said, "There were 4 contributors, correct? Major and minor contributors." He said, "Yes." One person contributed 90%, another 5, another 3, another 2. He said, "Does 90% mean that they touched that weapon last?" He said, "No." He said, "From the 5, the 3, and the 2%, can you tell if they're male or female?" And he moved on to something else. He said, "If you had Kelsey's DNA, would you have been able to tell if her DNA was on that weapon?" He said, "Yes." They said, "Would you have been able to tell if it could have been a female?" And he said, "Yeah." They said, "On the magazine, was there any evidence that Tory touched it?" He said there was no evidence that he touched it, and they gave us the breakdown of that with the percentages. They said, "You can't tell us if Kelsey is included due to a lack of her DNA, right?" He said, "Right." They said, "The fact that you don't have the DNA from Kelsey is why you can't tell us if Kelsey was included, right?" He said, "Correct." He said, "If I shot 5 times and I put the gun in the car, will my DNA be on that gun?" He said, "Yes." They said, "Do you have any evidence of DNA from Tory being on the gun?" He said, "No." So they go to recross. Here go Kim Barbie with this damn hypothetical pool bullshit, talking about, well, if he argues that there's no DNA, is that false? He said, "Yeah, that's false because of the fact that I can't exclude him." So, it was inconclusive. Why the fuck you doing ring around the rosy? They said, "Do you know if my client got in the pool, or any facts of this fucking case?" He said, "No, I don't know no facts of this case." They said, "So you can't say that my client's DNA was on the gun?" He said, "No." They adjourned the motherfucking court, dismissed his ass, and that's when they start talking about the exhibits. They went over all the evidence to see what they would present to the jury. They said that there may be a witness that comes in tomorrow, but they want the prosecution to do their closing statements, and he wants the defense to do their closing statements, and so that them people can go to the back and decide to let this man go the fuck home. He told everybody to be there earlier. We usually going in at like 10:30. He said 10 o'clock, 9:50 for the rest of y'all. Come on. They want them to like outline a couple of more things and come back in and present that to him. to see if we can get some statements of fact before we go on. But he's ready to go ahead and get the information and tell the jury what they need to know so that they can take their ass in the back. He ready to wrap this shit up. Yeah.
Hey, I'm not sure if you were there and seen the fucking, apparently, like, this was after the jury left, and apparently, like, the prosecutor was complaining that he's getting bullied.
Yeah, I heard that bullshit. He said that George told him, keep on smirking and watch what happens to your ass. He said that George called him an idiot. He said that George called him something that he ain't even want to repeat. It was very vile. He said that George has been making comments about him every day. He said the deputies heard it and all of that shit. And the judge said, I done told y'all to be civil. I didn't hear it. So what you want me to do with that? And he basically dismissed it. But I was very disappointed that the prosecution had gotten so goddamn raggedy that they felt like they wanted to snitch and try to get him admonished by the court for telling him that he better stop smirking before he get knocked the fuck out. Baby, it gets real tense in that courtroom. It be a lot of energy up in there. He didn't touch you. Let it go. Talking about that's so unprofessional. Okay, what the hell y'all been doing? You ain't trying to admonish the LAPD? They ass was unprofessional and they did not do what they're supposed to do with this case. So you want to complain, go complain on they ass. I don't know why he coming for George.
Yeah, it looks like they just trying to throw anything in the pot, man. Like, yo,
he's desperate. And you should have heard when they had Sean Kelly on that stand and the defense was asking him questions, they objected. Every time you breathed and blinked, they was objecting. I say, damn, yeah, they did not want that shit to be heard. They kept trying to leave off on him saying he saw Tory with a gun. Stop taking what y'all want to take from what that man said. What he said was Kelsey had that damn gun first, and that gun went off, and Tory was still in the car. That's what the fuck he said. Then he said he didn't even see nobody with a gun. So, yeah.
Hey, all right. So it looks like, we're kind of hearing pretty much the same shit. Like, I think we knew Sean Kelly was gonna. I've read his statement before, so I knew kind of what he was gonna say.
Yeah, me too.
Interestingly enough, I think that the prosecutor's trying to use part of his testimony to say, well, even if they can't say via his testimony that Tory fired at Meg, they're gonna be like, well, he said Tory fired the gun as well, right? And that will go towards that charge about discharging a weapon. That's what they're trying to get Tory on.
But
this is all over the place.
But outlined that he saw a struggle after she did it, and when we listen to the audio, pop, 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 pause, pop, pop.
How long afterwards? Like, how long was the pause?
Like I just did. It literally went pop, 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 pop.
Oh, okay.
Very possible that he went over and tried to get that shit from her, and it ended up going off 2 more times. Very possible. It sounded like a struggle. It wasn't straight. It wasn't 5 straight shots at all.
Yeah. This whole case just kind of looked to me like shit's over. like what are we still talking? All right,
bro.
The judge is ready to wrap this bitch up.
Yes.
The possibility Tory can take the stand. This Justin nigga, he ain't coming back from Qatar. Okay. They're not gonna find Jaquan either.
They're not.
Those 2 people, Kylie not coming in, Corey not coming in. None of those people are coming.
What the hell happened with Corey? Sean?
Well, I mean, he was coming in to testify on behalf of the defense. Like, I'm pretty sure he was probably just on standby. If
EJ did a beautiful job though, illustrating he's very genuine, and so I'm fine with Corey not getting up there if that's the case, because EJ did a really good job, and I felt like he was being honest.
Yeah. So I think he did the. I think after seeing what EJ did, they realized we don't need probably don't violate, because you also don't want to put too much shit into the pot.
Right.
Where like they're just so bogged down with information they can't really make out like the main things that needed to be said. Yo, super drunk. This one's passed out. There was some issues there already. Tory gets there, they're lit already, basically, and they didn't want to leave it out, Tory.
Let's talk about it. I don't give a fuck what that man said. If people want to run with Sean Kelly saying that Tory had the gun, cool. If they want to go with him saying Kelsey had the first, cool. At the end of the day, that ain't what the fuck Megan said happened. Megan said that no sooner than she got out that car did he come to that passenger side, get on the stepboard, and shoot over the thing, and he saw her. That is not what happened. That's not what that man said. And that's what this case is about. So if we talking about facts and evidence, they ain't had no damn evidence. And the fact of the matter, is she lied. So, shit, reasonable doubt, throw it out. That's what I say.
Hey, listen, again, I'm not in court, but if I'm listening to this whole thing, and again, it's about reasonable doubt, as you said. I still, I would feel uncomfortable voting guilty, knowing that they have created enough wiggle room, ifs and ands, and even, hold on, by the way, even if I thought, man, I think that nigga did do it, right? But just as a jury who's going to be instructed what is needed for the letter of the law to convict and what technically this means, right? What every charge means, it would be damn near criminal or some type of play got called if a jury's gonna if 12 people unanimously is gonna say Tory did it.
That would be psychotic to me.
I'm interested in. I think tomorrow's going to be probably one of the biggest days. Number one, I think the prosecutor's going to try to do some bullshit. This desperation is fine. Second of all, I'm wondering how smooth, because usually with jury instructions, sometimes the obviously the judge's going to say what the judge says, but sometimes the prosecutor and the defense sometimes have a sidebar about said instructions, depending on certain other shit. I'm wondering how that's gonna happen, and I'm wondering if, to be honest, a day is enough for closing statements. The prosecution closing statements gotta explain why everything they said in their opening statement was not proved. Right?
Exactly.
Was every witness brought was pretty much facing a case of amnesia, and everybody was pretty much unreliable. So I'm wondering what the fuck is their case gonna. I think they might come out with some shocking shit though. They might just be like, "Hey, listen, we believe that Tory shot her, and this has been compromised." Well, actually, they can't say that. The judges ain't gonna let them say that. Right. Yeah, they can't say the process is compromised. But that's kind of what they're trying to get to. That's what they're trying to charge with bribery and all that shit.
Yeah, them last minute 2 charges that got denied. Oh, poor Tink Tink.
Yeah. It's actually also, it's surprising that they've called up so many fucking witnesses twice. You know what I mean? They're bringing niggas back.
That look like some desperation to me. Why you keep calling these niggas back up here?
Yeah, no, I agree. I looked at Tory. There's a video of Tory leaving court. He looked happy. He looked like he's in good spirits. It looked like this is kind of going the way he hoped it would go. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Even in me thinking how Tory could win this trial, I didn't see it going like this for him. Which is, I just think is very good. A lot of people keep mistaking the goals of both sides. It's the reason why you're the defense team. It's not for Tory to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, like it definitely ain't him. Right. Or it's not for Tory to solve the case, period. As long as you just throw a little bit of there, you know what I mean? As long as the juror could say, well, man, I don't know.
Right. That's
I don't really know. You get what I mean? So here's the thing. And it's important that I also bring up the charges. So first, I think it's aggravated assault, which is him shooting her. The second is possession of the weapon, right? And third is discharging the weapon. So those are the 3 charges that he.
Yeah. 3 right? In California. What's that? That look like life. 3 strikes.
Yeah. So. Here's the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who has actually said that Tory had the gun. Only Meg.
Only Meg.
Only Meg. Sean Kelly, the witness, says he ain't seen no gun. He's just seen muzzle flashes. Even though he did say he saw Tory shoot, he said he never saw no gun. So I mean, just by definition,
right?
How could you say he had possessed? Who knows if it was a gun, right? Like again, no one actually saying it. DNA's not killing him,
right?
It proves neither way, right? I think DNA is enough reasonable doubt.
Me too.
It's reasonable doubt as long as you don't have anybody identifying other than Meg, and I think Meg's credibility is out the window. You know what I mean? I think Meg's testimony was not bad, but I believe if Meg's testimony isn't corroborated or anything she said in the testimony isn't corroborated by at least one or two people or some type of maybe, forensic evidence, it could be DNA or whatever else, I don't know if you could really take that on face value and convict.
And every witness that had insight contradicted the claims.
Yeah.
Everyone.
So I already think it's a real stretch of them saying Tory. If he gets charged with aggravated assault, I think that's a stretch, right? I think that's like the most. I think the most believable a jury could go with is, okay, maybe he wrestled the gun from her and he had the gun and maybe the gun went off and we're gonna say.
And I don't think that would be fair, because if we got Sean Kelly and any idea that Kelsey could have had that gun first, then maybe he really was trying to protect this girl and get that shit away from her ass.
And that goes into my next theory, right? Even though I think they're going to do so much, we'd be like, yo, what about these lyrics from this song? What about this shit? What about beating this person up? They're going to get so much in his personal life, he shouldn't take the stand. But imagine, right, if he did take the stand. And also, I think hip-hop would just kind of kill him for this testimony. That's why, again, I say he shouldn't take the stand. Imagine if his thing was, hey, listen, I saved Meg's life. Like, hey, y'all really want to know what happened? Somebody was about to shoot her big ass. And to keep it real, I wrestled the gun, and that's why, you know what I mean, she didn't end up getting shot or maybe shot fatally or got hurt even more. You get what I mean?
Right. In a more direct way, not head on. But yeah, absolutely.
So, I think if he delivered that in a testimony, it could be an explosive, but I think the possibility of a cross just trying to, you know what I mean, they're going to get into so much shit. Like, first of all, Meg's character was never in question and on trial like that. Like, you know what I mean? Limited conversations about all the niggas she done stole from Kelsey, all the niggas she done fucked, all her drunken nights, how she been acting on those particular nights. She ever fought nobody. Like, they didn't get too much into that. But I guarantee is Tory, they're going to be like, hey, Tory, in any other situation, have you ever pulled out a gun? Has this blah, 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 this, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever touched, you know what I mean? And stay off the stand.
He do need to stay off that stand, because if they ask him, have you ever handled a gun? That's something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the nigga done touched a gun before. So when you say, yeah, how that's going to make you look? They already tried to bring up his damn gun tattoo like stupid shit. All they going to do is nitpick every little thing. Is it true that you got in a fight? But August Alsina, like they going to paint him as an aggressive-ass monster that gets angry and is quick-tempered. No, hell no. I do not think that's a good idea. The hoes been drowning already. Let them hoes suffer some more.
Yeah, and it's also like, wait, so tomorrow, did they say, they didn't say any more testimonies, right?
If the witness that they're waiting on comes through, then yes. If not, we moving on.
But they ain't say the name.
No.
Yeah, I think it's in Tory's best interest at this point. I think Sean Kelly was the perfect witness to at least just cast doubt on everybody's shit, to where we're back at square one. All we know is that this nigga, this guy who's an eyewitness, seems very adamant that there was a fight. You know what I mean? And I think
it was a motherfucking fight, and that he said Megan was just kicking for her life. He said he just saw legs coming out the front seat. He said that Kelsey was whooping her fucking ass. That's what it said. And he that's what it said. You know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Nah, you think? Damn.
Don't let size fool you. A lot of hoes then got tricked out their spot thinking a big bitch can whoop them. You ain't even try. They said Kelsey opened up that motherfucking door and tagged her ass.
Wait, so who was doing the, according to Sean Kelly, who was doing the kicking? They said a bunch of kicking. When I hear kicking, I hear them hoofs.
Megan, he described Megan as being the one kicking. He said she was just, all he saw was legs. She was just kicking.
Yo, are you telling me that Kelsey was conscious after getting hit with that hoof for like 2 straight minutes?
Mm-hmm. And he said, in quote, the girl that got beat up crawled and hobbled over to the driveway.
Wait, but is that after the bullets, though?
Yeah, it's supposed to have been after.
Wow.
Crazy. So he don't even know who pulled out the damn gun. He said it happened so fast. But I tell you what, EJ said there could have been a gun in Megan's bag. He don't know. He packed the shit on top. If Megan's sitting in the motherfucking front and she knows that bag right there, it was the LV bag in the front. Babe, the only person that know to get this gun is the person that knows there. Is it possible that Kelsey or Megan knew that gun was in there and took it? Yes, it's possible.
I don't know, man. This shit is getting
enough without a head.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, man, sloppy case, sloppy DA. Whether people want to take whatever opinion from it, I think we all know that justice should be served. This shit should have been thrown out a long time ago. And to be honest, man, just send everybody home. And, you know, that's it. It's over.
Enjoy Christmas.
It's over. Sorry.
It's over. Home for the holidays.
Yeah, come on, man. Yo, hey, you know what's so crazy? This is taking 2 damn years to be figured out.
2 years.
And honestly,
no.
2 years, and I feel like we know. I mean, we got some things confirmed, but everybody thought they were gonna know for real. Only things we know for real is that without Kylie Jenner being involved, this shit would have never started. Without Meg stealing Tory from Kelsey, this would have never happened. Without Meg giving Kelsey a 15 kick combination, maybe no one would have reached for the strap.
Right.
And also, without Meg lying to the cops, talking about, you know what I mean, she was stepping on glass, and then fictitiously coming up with, she was scared of some George Floyd stuff.
Right.
Maybe her story could have been on one accord the whole time.
Yeah.
Because
all of those factors weren't at play, yeah. That's a long list.
Unfortunately, I do have to say, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, this is not a reflection of all women, but I do believe that because of Meg's story being so inconsistent publicly, it's definitely prevented her from being the witness that needed to be in this case, that was always saying the same thing, that had a lot of credibility, and that was a victim that someone, I mean, she is a victim, but a victim that knew what happened to her, knew who did it to her, and was here for justice. You get what I mean? A lot of the things being said, you know, you calling your manager, like, in the midst of this whole stuff going on, feels like it gets a little dicey. And I think the defense did a good job to kind of show that maybe she didn't tell the truth at each and every venture when she was talking to whether the cops first day, 4 days later, couple of years on social media, when she said her back, all this type of stuff.
And the fact that they didn't look, more incompetence. She contradicted herself 50. That's why I don't know about on social media believe her ass. Because she contradicted herself so many times. Y'all never looked at what that girl said?
Yeah.
Asinine.
Yeah, that's a fact. I know you're ready for this shit to be over.
I am. It's a storm supposed to be coming to Cali.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm trying to get out of here before this weekend.
Yeah. Tomorrow, one thing I want you to, like, you got to watch how they throw it to the jury.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jury instructions are very key and very important. how they sum it up and tell the jurors how to view the information that they have received,
right,
and what context and in what criteria, according to California state law, are they supposed to, formulate their own opinion about whether it's guilty or innocent is going to be
right.
very because just if we're thinking just doubt, it should be already that ship should be already sailed.
Right.
Should be over.
Absolutely.
Should be over. Anything else in court that was kind of not reported or just watching the demeanor of things, they replaced the witness. The witness that got replaced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the one that's subbing in. Is that person been watching the whole trial, right?
I don't know. I would hope so. Since they bring them in at this late juncture, I feel like it could have been. They didn't replace that girl because I seen her. So there was somebody who had a doctor's appointment Wednesday and Thursday, and I think that this judge is so ready to get this shit on the road that he went ahead and put her in place today, so that for tomorrow and the next day we ain't got no hiccups with the jury. So that was really not one shit else that happened. They went over all of this shit. They asked, "Did y'all want to bring down some charges?" Then no, nobody wants to change the charges.
Wait, they asked who?
Both sides.
Yeah.
Would y'all like to introduce a lesser charge? No. The prosecution said no. So we still got the 3. They denied the 2 robbery charges. So here we are, hoping that these people got some common sense. You never know what the jury is gonna decide, but all you need is one person. One.
Well, not only do you need one person, you need one person that probably is put it like this, and this is something to really think about, right? Mm-hmm. Yo, say it's 12 people, and say for whatever reason, 9 of them say, yo, all right, let's say 8. 8 of them say, yo, you know what? We think Tory could have did it. In our opinion, Tory did it. Right. And those 4 nah, this shit's a mess, whatever. It's all about who could convince who too. Yeah. And here's the thing that's going to be a little bit interesting. No juror wants to be held after Christmas, so it's probably more likely that they're going to be more agreeable. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
You might be there shit. They just finished that Harvey Weinstein shit. That motherfuckers was congregating for a minute. You get what I mean? Now that could have been maybe it started off 11-1, and that one person say, "Nah, I don't agree with blah blah blah. Y'all going this for these charges, and I'm gonna argue with you." Whoever the 4 person, I think that's what they call it. We're gonna see how that goes, but possible in that case, obviously it could go to a mistrial or some shit like that, right, or a hung jury, whatever, and that could be a mistrial. And regardless, even if it does turn to a mistrial, I gotta believe that they ain't doing this shit again.
Hell to the no.
They ain't doing this shit again. So really, you're right. It does take one, but that one just can't be convinced.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think the judge want to get him by tomorrow, get him to Good Friday, get him to Friday, and if they ain't even close,
right?
It would be interesting. I think they'll push it. It's such a high-profile case. I think they'll push it till afterwards. But then afterwards, y'all on the clock, man. At some point, y'all got to figure it out. Come back and declare a hung jury and shit. I think at that point, it's mistrial, man. Fuck that shit.
Well,
that's how I feel.
Views, bro.
That's how I feel. So I'm excited for the verdicts at this point.
But I'm gonna make a prediction. My prediction so far, and this is after pretty much, I guess it seems like 99% of the testimonies are in, they're done. I predict that this is going to be a not guilty verdict returned on the aggravated assault charge. I think that's going to be not guilty. I think it's also going to be not guilty on the discharging of a firearm. And if anything, maybe it's a possession they get him on. But I think it's going to be a not guilty on that too. I think it should be a clean sweep. It should be a nice 3-0.
Me too. Yeah. I'm thinking that it should be a nice 3-0. They didn't prove a fucking thing. There is no evidence. Reasonable doubt out the fucking wazoo. These people that contradicted everything. We don't know a bit more about what happened. All we left this case knowing was that, yeah, you was fucking behind your friend. and bitch, you low down as fuck, and shit, that it was a fight. That's all we know for sure, and that a gun did go off. Why ain't nobody bring up the bullet fragments missing? What the fuck is the bullet fragments?
Hey, let me tell you this. This is, by the way, this is well, you know, I think they didn't bring it up because it would have been a waste of time and lost opportunity to still argue the angle that she wasn't shot. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just gonna be too much, and you're probably wasting the time of the jurors who are watching. And they had a way better case of saying, okay, we're not disputing that she may have been injured as a result of a gun.
Right.
Yeah, there's no proof that this guy shot her. There's no proof that this guy had a gun. And you know, I think even Kelsey's statement saying that she never seen Tory with a gun is it was pretty, you know, pivotal. Yo, right. This is a prediction of what I think is happening right now too. If I believe that this was supposed to be Redemption Day, or whenever the verdict is given, Redemption Day for Meg, who has been unsuccessful in trying to convince the masses that she is the victim, and not necessarily she's a victim, because I think a lot of people agree with that. She was a victim of something, but Tory shot her. You know, because I think a lot of people have thought, well, yeah, maybe you got hurt, but shit, maybe you stepped on glass, or maybe it was some other. Maybe it just wasn't Tory that shot you. You just blame it on him.
Right.
I see Meg right now. I think she's planning either a statement. I think her and Rock Nation in the line right now.
Yeah.
Or a fucking interview, and trust me, this got to be a Denzel-like performance. You get what I mean? In the driving narrative instantly. I'm telling you. If Tory gets found innocent, Meg doing an interview in the next 2-3 weeks. Facts.
And it's gonna be about how, look, black women are so unprotected, and there's no justice for black women, and blah fucking blah. Get a dose of fucking accountability and go sit your ass down somewhere.
Yeah.
Shit.
All right.
Because let's talk about the tone. Let's do a fucking poll. Shit. How many women feel bad if they think Kelsey did something to her? These the same hoes that'll run a bitch over, slice a bitch face, and try to burn them alive for fucking with they nigga. And this ain't the first time. How many people are really upset if they're being made to believe, or if they feel like now, well, it wasn't Tory and shit, bitch. Well, how was your behavior? Can we have a real conversation about Megan's behavior and her character now?
Nah, that conversation won't be had.
It ain't
I promise.
Because the accountability, you know, is a lot for some black women.
Yeah. What we're gonna see is we're gonna see the best shot possible. First of all, I'm gonna tell you what's going to happen. Alex Spiro is gonna fucking drop a statement.
Of course. He's gonna be all over everywhere.
Written and ready.
Okay.
By the way, he was the person who was, you know, consistently jumping in and like trying to control the narrative after, you know, a lot after Meg tried, it was unsuccessful. Right. But we all cards is on the table. I'm wondering what Tory's gonna even say about this. You know what I mean? Shit. In the sense of like the Rock Nation involvement.
Right.
So I don't know. Listen. Yeah. I'm glad tomorrow will be a wrap. And then after that, listen, we have to meet up and do the fucking you know, the wrap up pod and to keep it real. We might have to even like I might have to, if Tory beats it, I'm gonna get Tory on it too.
Okay.
Tory's facts, 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, girl. I'm gonna let you get back to doing what you were doing though. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody who's been watching and like supporting you. I think that people really love you though. Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna keep it stat. Might as well keep going.
Shout out to them all.
I did fall
asleep
for a quick second.
So supportive, and thank you once again, every day, every time. Thank you. Hold on. Jesus.
Hi, it's Turn Down Services. Would you like water?
Sure. Thank you.
But then we'll say these two for tomorrow.
Child. Hey. Whew. Y'all ready for this shit? So, first of all, I would like to get into how good I look. Second of all, I want to get into NBC and this article. And, you know, the article being written and me. And I think academics and No Jumper. And, you know, some other names were listed in terms of people who are independent platforms. Hey, Moniece. I told you I like you, right? And, bitches, I'm not answering it though. Okay, bitch, I just got the turn down service. I don't know shit about no earthquake. Listen, NBC then did a write-up, and they had already come to me to ask me, are you knocking on my door? Bitch.
Okay, yo.
I couldn't tell. Sorry. No, I couldn't tell what you was knocking. Some ice? Can you come in? Oh, no, I know because I'm using the bucket as a prop for my phone. Oh. So I'll get some later. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good night. You too. I couldn't tell. Child. Okay. I just answered the door for her ass. So anyway, they said don't drink the water. Rock Nation probably sent it. So anyway, just to put it plainly, I already went off on that hoe on Station Head. Y'all can go listen to me read that bitch for about 30 to 45 minutes. Megan, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Bitch, all you is mad. You mad because you got on that motherfucking album and you thought you was playing with me. You mad because you was in that pink wig and you thought you was playing with me. Bitch, you mad because I'm the people's choice. You mad because people not identifying with you. You mad because you got caught up in all them damn lies. I see Bia on fucking Instagram talking about people laughing at people's trauma is fucked up. I don't get down like that. I don't give a fuck how the fuck y'all get down. At the end of the day, a bitch lying on somebody is low down. So believe what the fuck you want to believe. But unless somebody kept it a buck, I ain't got no sympathy for that bullshit. Y'all can keep up with that. Yeah, she got hurt. Yeah, and that's cool. But how did you get hurt? How? And what are the circumstances? And what after that? So, bitch, if you think I'm finna be sitting up here boo-hooing for a bitch that played up in y'all face, not mine, because I always said her ass was lying. Bitch, I don't. You think I feel sorry for the bitch? I don't. The fuck? A bitch fuck with my nigga, I'ma slap that hoe. And whatever come after it, come after it. The fuck is you talking about? So, no, I don't feel no ways about it. Do I feel bad? No. No. I hate that you got hurt. And I hate that you lied. And that's just that. I don't give a fuck about that NBC article. Bitch, gonna help me get my verification. Thank you. Free promo. Y'all think it's a smart idea to go up against independent media? That's a smart idea. Who in the fuck is advising you? Maybe the same people that told you you were smart and told you to tell all these goddamn lies. I don't know. But bitch, you need help. Go pray about it. That's what I gotta say about that shit. I don't give a fuck. Now, moving on to what happened at court, because I don't give a damn about that article. So don't ask me nothing else about it today, because I might go off about it tomorrow. We come back to court.
We got 100 views.
We were supposed to start at 10. Well, when we get up in here, we ain't started. Talking about, oh, we're going to have to wait for about an hour. So I said, all right. I get up. Hey, mother. I get out and I go outside. So I'm sitting outside, and lo and behold, who do I see? Now, you may not know, but I have photographic memory. So when I looked, I seen this black man up there. He had on all black, and he had dreadlocks. And I said, is that Jaquan? So I hurried up and got on Twitter, so, bitch, I could tell everybody. And I said, bitch, I see Jaquan. Bitch, making googly eyes. And so everybody, here they go. Well, it hasn't been confirmed that Jaquan is here, but I think Jaquan is here. If I said something, that's what it is. You think I'm finna say Jaquan here and he ain't here? Oh, I'm still not a reliable source? Rely on these nuts, bitch. Jaquan was up there like I said. And while the prosecution was giving closing statements, they running notes. Bitch, 3 different times they done came up with a note for Kathy Ty. And so I'm like, child, what's going on? So one of my people had to go to the bathroom, so he had to leave out of the courthouse. Out of the room. And so he, when we got done, he was like, I need to tell you something. So I was like, oh, tell me. And he was like, oh, bitch, they done found Justin. The same Justin, bigger, stupid Justin. That wasn't never lost in the first place. They done found Justin. I said, oh, too little, too late. Baby, too late to apologize. What the hell you done came up out the woodwork for? So Jody Little talking about, I need to talk to her immediately. Oh, a little too late, boo. So at the end of the day, Justin means nothing. Justin was not there when she needed him. Just like he wasn't there in prison when he had that gun in that motherfucking pool and that bitch was acting like she was so affected by it. Child, please. These people is clowns. Okay? Clowns from Baytown. So anyway, I see Jaquan in the hallway. So it's certain people that's scared to say Jaquan there because I said, they say your titty out. Well, you're welcome. They was like, well, I don't know if Jaquan here. Bitch, I said Jaquan was there and I was right because that's what the fuck I saw. Quit playing with me. So anyway, we finally come into the motherfucking courthouse. And that was like, Tory, you gonna testify, basically? Baby, Tory was like, child, I'm not testifying. They say you talk to your representation, you know all about it, like you cool. He was like, yeah, I'm not testifying. Bitch, I could have jumped up and caught the Holy Ghost. I did not think that it was a good idea that he testify. I did not want him to testify. All it was going to do was try to bring up his past and, sit up and try to misconstrue shit and try to make him to be a monster. That's what they've been doing. So him getting on the stand wasn't a good idea, to me. I'm not the defense, so I don't know everything. I'm not a lawyer. So maybe, had they done that, there would be reasons why. So me thinking that it's not a good idea doesn't mean it wasn't a good idea. That just means that was my opinion on it, right? So I'm glad that he ultimately decided not to get up on the stand. They said, pull it up. I'm glad that he decided not to get on the stand. And that's cool, or whatever. They asked for a stipulation. For anybody that's present that doesn't know what a stipulation is, a stipulation in a court of law is something that is to be taken as a fact. So if I say, take this stipulation, accept this stipulation, the sky is blue, then you admit that as a fact, that the sky is blue, okay? So shit like that. So the prosecution said, we would like to stipulate that Mr. Peterson was granted a diversion, and it was thrown out in April of 2017. Now, why is this relevant? Why is this important? Ask me again in a second who Jaquan is and why he's important. They brought up, there's an allegation that Tory tried to bribe a bitch and that he allegedly said, well, I'm on probation. I'll give you $1 million. I'm on probation. Don't say nothing. Okay. Tory wasn't on no motherfucking probation. So what the hell you talking about? So then they go pull this goddamn case out they ass from 2017 talking about he on diversion. Babe, even if he was on a diversion, you still would have to go to court. Is that the lamb? You still got to go to court, and you would still have to go through that process and then be put on probation. Diversion is not probation. It was another desperate ass attempt for them to bring up something to try to make that shit stick. Baby, it ain't give Velcro. So anyway, Jaquan Smith, really quickly, why is he important? They said, check your top. Bitch, get these titties and eat them up. Stop telling me that. Just look at my titties. Okay? Now, if too much nipple come out, say something. But a little nip slip ain't never hurt nobody. You want these titties or nah? What's up? Bitch, you know you want to see them. So just look at them. So anyway, any motherfucking way. Jaquan Smith. Why is Jaquan Smith important really quickly before I get into this? Jaquan Smith was important because Jaquan Smith was the driver that night. Jaquan Smith drove Tory over to Kylie's home, which means that he was present for that ride. He could speak to Tory's demeanor and anything that he heard. He's the one that sat outside all night, so he can attest to what he saw in the scene. He's the one that was outside when I was transferring bags. He's the one that had a point of contact with all three of them. He's the one that took Kelsey and Megan almost to the house, but then came back to Kylie's house. He's the one that was present when allegedly, Megan came back to the car and said, bitch, Kylie said we got to get the fuck up out of here. He was the one that took them from that location, Kylie's home, and was driving when they ultimately pulled over, not once but twice, and then this incident, took place. So Jaquan would have been very important if he would have gotten on the stand, because he would have been able to be another person that would have given an eyewitness account, of what happened. Now, what would he have said? I don't know, and now we'll never know. That Emilio Areola is showing. No, it's not. Y'all sure know how to get on my fucking nerves. No, it's not. And whoever just told her, you want to help me? Okay, thank you. It's not. It might look a little darker because it's right at the rim, but my titty is not out. Thank you. Come again. So that is why Jaquan was important, okay? Do you have any more questions about Jaquan Smith? Or are you good? You got to understand it? Yeah? No? Maybe so? And I'm gonna tell y'all something else I don't like. I don't like people trying to put a motherfucking spotlight on me and my communications with anybody when I'm not the only person having communications. Everybody and their motherfucking mama that's up there that want to walk their ass up to Tory and get a hug, bitch, they do. Anybody that want to go out to the side and talk to him or his family, they do. Anybody that be outside that want to talk to him and his people, they do. But y'all want to focus on me? Do you know blah blah been talking shit about you all this week? What else are they going to do but watch from the sidelines? Anyway, so let's get into what happened today. They gave instructions to the jury. Instructions to the jury, that was just a long ass, drawn out ass situation where they just basically telling you, like, this is what your job is, this is what you need to consider, this is how you need to go about this process and all of that. If you think I set my ass up there, you said what? You're literally saying right now how you're unreliable and biased, rooting for one side to win. No, you're literally blocked. That's what happened. Bitch, get the fuck up off my live, slut asshole. Okay? So, I did not write down every little thing because you can literally go online and you can pull up instructions. It's really simple. It's something like really general. There are certain things that are going to be exclusive to this situation, to this case. But for the most part, it's general shit. So you can go pull that shit up yourself. I'm not finna sit up and go write down every little thing when it comes to instructions to the jury. Bitch, go in the back, deliberate, consider this, consider that, and then come back with a verdict. That's basically it. So now it was time for the closing arguments. And so, okay, X said, don't add me till you done. This ain't gonna take long at all. So, in the closing arguments, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to finally get to this point. In the closing arguments, Bot went up, and I'm glad that he did. Kathy Ty, to me, is not personable. Now, have I tried to have a conversation with her? No, bitch. But you ever seen somebody that look like they got to stick up their ass? Yeah. And so whenever she did get on the stand, she wore her emotions. So if she got agitated, her tone was elevated. And, you know, that's not the type of person that you want to get up there, baby.
Stream, it been a great stream. I dozed off for a quick little second. Chill on me. We're going to pick this back up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'll be getting my hair done on stream tomorrow. So hopefully y'all tune in. W stream, bro. W stream. Gotta get my pictures in. W stream, bro. W stream. Once again. So all I'm gonna say is, bro, just keep subbing up, bro. Roll to 1,000. Just keep subbing up. Keep subbing up, and we out.